넌 믿는 거야? 네가 100만 년 동안 견딘 아픔에 비하면 한 가지는 확실히 내 아픔은 별것도 아니고 피로 씻으면 아니 이렇게 된다는 걸. 그 이상의 고통을 겪어야만 해. 아르갈리아! 넌 내게 있어 전부였던 안젤리카를 앗아갔어. 그냥 그렇게 조금만 더 망설여 쏘는 거야 했잖아. 나도 난 이기주의자. 멋대로 끊을 수 없는 거라고!
My wallet has been sacrificed.
You know, I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure there's absolutely nothing to worry about that the fucking squad is staring down a fucking black hole on a boat. I'm sure that's gonna be completely fine. Hello. How's it going? Is that the assassination of Julius Caesar? No, that's Terra from Final Fantasy VI. Technically speaking, that's Terra from Final Fantasy Dissidia. The Dissidia Final Fantasy. I forget what order of operations that shit has, but that's this was the best fucking choice that we've ever made. Are you ready to lose money, Word? I refuse. I think my RNG is good enough to actually get me this without having to spend money. I've been saving up for a while on this. I have at least one guaranteed pull. I have all egos, so any ego rolls that we get are new things. Hey buddy, how's it going? Jason has decided to join us completely unprompted. I tell you, I try to get this cat to do this so often, and then he just decides to hop up immediately. Like, completely unprompted. He's like, hey, I want the attention, actually. Who's your good boy? You spent an hour listening to Arknights Awaken for luck. He knows when the camera is on, indeed. He knows when there's a potential for him to get attention. Either for biting me or for getting his own face, his own mug on screen. He doesn't know. He doesn't know that his comfy face is being broadcasted to the entire internet. Oh, he's gonna punch me. He's gonna punch the crap out of me here in a minute. Don't bump the microphone. What are you doing? No, he does not. Does not want his butt scritched. Never get to catch your streams, but I was just coming in to check for you to stream the collab already to see you just started. Hello, Gravity. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay. Still riding the unemployment train, but I've had some good news on that front. And some people I'm talking to that are it's in an interesting way. Like, I don't have a job, but I have like the opening for a job. I'm gonna keep throwing my submission around and my resume and stuff to different places, but being unemployed sucks, guys. Jesus Christ. Being unemployed sucks. That's the the long and short of it. So I don't know how much money I'll be able to throw around at Arknights right now, or at Limbus company, not at Arknights. But I'm doing okay. I do owe. I am confirmed going to do this. I couldn't yesterday because my poor partner is not feeling well. So I spent yesterday playing nursemaid, making sure he was feeling okay, doing all right, not, you know, untowardly suffering. I think he's still not good, but he's at work, so I have an opportunity to like get up and do stuff. How's the audio sounding? It's looking kind of weird on my end. Yeah, it's still capturing the right microphone, but like just the levels are weird. Okay, nothing weird here. Okay, it's just that's why I keep adjusting it. I'm trying to figure out how to get it in a way that like looks natural. Like, I don't know. But I'm actually going to try my hand at doing another one of those meme voiceovers that I was doing for a while there, purely because some rando on TikTok was like, they posted a comment that I really liked, and it was like, I'm the first person that's been here in years, and it's the picture of the dude, you know, the two dudes mining, and the one guy stops before getting to the diamonds, and the other guy gets the diamonds. Well, it's the guy getting to the diamonds, and I was like, should I do more? And the guy said, yeah, so I'm gonna do at least one more. I would like to work my way through the backlog of the submissions in the channel on the Discord, but that's a lot, and I'm not promising I'm gonna do all of those because that's a lot. It's a lot of memes to voice over, so I'm gonna dip my toes into the first one and see how it goes. After 315 pulls, oh god, it's gonna be a minute for us. Should people have Oh, I know. I get the notification.
Circle box.
Circle box indeed. Hello, Penguin. Thank you very much for the sub. And thank you who dropped a sub earlier. Confused Biscuit. Confused Biscuit. Thank you for the sub drop when I know that your wallet has been obliterated. God, you know I'm approaching fucking 30 when doing a very simple like dance move like that goes like click. Like, oh boy. Oh yes, that's right. Your body's aging, you fool. You shall be feeling old soon. Like, no. The other thing, I did not stream for a minute because I was away. I was out of town. Partner and I went to Disney World, and we picked up some stuff. So now we have little dudes in the background. I had our, you might recognize our ego gifts over here in Remy and Stitch that sit on your shoulder. But I now have a gigantic Rocket Raccoon plushie who gets to sit here and watch me play Marvel Rivals very poorly. My what? So we have an ego gift equip thing. We're gonna put Stitch on here because I like Stitch. I'm a sucker. I like the little guy. It's actually funny. You can only get that guy at. Okay, we're just equipping both of them. Hold on. Take a second. Dragon and myself redeemed. Oh yeah, it's only possible to do the two redeems. We have the double ego gift now. And also, I'm wearing my, for any 14 fans, I'm wearing my I'm Fine shirt today, because I know I'm going to be taking a hit. Me when I drop all my rolls and don't get a single ego. There was we saw the Arknights map. I stood up and showed off my shirt, and then Tom Tara Deepcroft shows up on the thing. God, let me out. Alright, so we have the ego gifts equipped. Say hello to the rat and the creature. The ego gifts will give me luck. I certainly hope so. But other than that, we also have Seaborn work with Vuln stacks as well. Oh no. Yeah, I remember fighting the Seaborn. I remember fighting the Seaborn as the first event that I played when I got back into Arknights with Solteria Novice. I think either the rerun or the first run of that was coming through when I started playing last. And damn, Seaborn got hands. Seaborns are scary. But in addition to that, we also have a little... I got a little mini Lego Lucario, who looks great. He's very fragile, so I will not manipulate him all that much, but he's gonna hang out in the background. One of my favorite Pokemon of Lucario. And then we have also, I'm pretty sure this was a Disney World exclusive at the Lego shop, but the Disney Castle Lego set. This is all very intricate Lego bits. My partner, God bless him, he has cursed me. I have been cursed with an intense desire to build Lego now. He got me with the One Piece Lego sets, which we have downstairs that I haven't showed off on stream yet. But I now have a festering desire to build more Lego sets, and I'm trying to find a Lego like line that I would like to collect beyond just the One Piece one, because I have all the One Piece ones except for the buggy one and the Baratier, and the Baratier is like $300, so we're not buying that while unemployed. But that was like $40, and that was pretty cheap. So I was like, hey, for that set, that's a really good set. And it also came with Michael Mouser, here to judge me. Michael Mouse is making sure that we do not infringe on any copyright while we're going. You could also interpret this as La Mancha Land and Don Quixote. I almost called him Don Quixote de Flamingo, which is like 3 layers of character, and none of them are accurate. Don Quixote do Flamingo is the One Piece character, and he does not have the D. Okay, so 2 One Piece mentioned. Yes, you're going to have to be patient with me. I'm a massive One Piece fan, so it's not political. Said no one that actually watched the fucking show. Hold on, we gotta move some things around. Our stream is not. I think that should. There it goes. Anyway, Arknights. Arknights Limbus Company. One Piece X Arknights X Limbus Company. Crazy crossover. So I have popped in already, at least today, and I did my dailies late last night. I know that there's been an adjustment. Certain aspects of the final boss, I think, got changed, like in normal mode, and I know there's a normal and a hard mode, and that certain things got shifted around. I don't think they were pretty big changes. I find it very interesting that these are getting changes, because I've been on Blue Sky a little bit, and I've thrown my eyes at the general reception for this piece of content, and it seems like the reviews have been the word that I heard described for the oh my god. Alright, cool. Here's a 10 pull. Thank you. I heard the final boss for this described as painfully unfun, which means that yes, we're still playing a Project Moon game. For hard mode, the biggest change is an add no check adjustment. Yeah, I saw that. There was like a trait check thing that got shifted around, which is good. I think those should be the less challenging aspects of the fight, if I'm honest. Pretty sure we don't need energy for this, we just need modules. And, so funny story. I actually have 2 of the 3 characters that are on this banner. It was going to be one of the 3 characters. So, in Arknights, each of these egos are based off of a character, as I'm sure you're well aware. It's, I believe... Hold on. This is Cultsit for, Faust, Ling. I'm pretty sure this is Ling. For Honglu, which, damn if this is not a match made in heaven, I'll be honest. These 2, the final boss is the culmination of final phase GQ to me, the definition of a sustain phase. The entire fucking fight is a sustain phase. Oh boy. Noted. Fucking, what's his name? Linar. I don't know how to say his name properly right now because it's fucking, there's an accent to it. I don't have a pronunciation guide in front of me. You'll have to fucking forgive me. But, I have Ling because I like the dragon siblings. I had all of the dragon siblings, and then I stopped playing for 2 years, and the 2 dragon siblings came and went, and I didn't have them because it didn't roll for them. Oops. The final boss was only annoying for me because something bugged out and it made me mad. Oh, that's understandable. Hey, I remember her from a Wordsmith video. Yes, I actually made a video with Ling in it. She likes poetry and talking a lot, which, seems like a match made in fucking heaven for Honglu. Oh my god. And let me be clear. Wow. Wait, hold on. Wait, no, I thought there was an opacity bar that I just had. No, I have to go into settings and stuff. Okay, the bit's not funny anymore. I went into that final boss without status and with barely any new units. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Hello, Zenogre. Hope you're doing well. Oh my fucking lord. So I have not read these yet. I don't know what any of these do. I'm going to read through them here in a minute, just because I would like to have an understanding of what we're rolling into. Good fucking god. They really do just be putting a book down. And then, the one character that I don't have is Cultsit. I can give you the spark notes if your brain explodes. Let me try first before I, like, get into it. Before you give me the heads up. I wanna make an attempt at understanding. So, from what I know of each of these individual... Jesus, Remy. It's not that dramatic. Calm down. From what I know of each of these individuals' kits, Cultsit is a medic in Arknights who can heal and also summon a monster big summon guy to, like, stand in lane and get punched and deal damage, and, like, her skills that you pick determine, like, how she works with, check the passive name on Command Meltdown. Yeah. Yeah. Ling here is a summoner. She summons, I believe the dragons. Yeah, these dragon guys right here. And depending on the skill that you pick, she does different, like, you can either put them on high ground or low ground, and they can either act as, like, casters or as, like, dudes to be on the ground. If you get her skill 3, you can merge the dragons together into a big dragon. And that thing is, like, ridiculously hard to kill. You can't heal it, but it does a shitload of arts damage, and when her skill is active, it just does constant AoE. Like, that thing just fucking chunks. Cultsit is also funny in that, although she's a medic, she heals herself and monster over your other dudes. Even if they're about to die, that's funny. Sounds about right. And then Mliner, horse, Hans, he is a Liberator Guard, which means that he normally does not attack until he is Sir Croakster. Probably, honestly. These two do fit Croak's energy, I'm not gonna lie. Which means he does not swing until he activates his skill, at which point he does a fuckload of damage. I believe so I just got this guy. Literally last night, as I was going to bed, I was like, well, he's on the banner. There's a guarantee, like, I have enough for a 10 pull. I'm just gonna do single pulls with tickets and stuff until I get, the guaranteed 5-star drop, because he's a 6-star, so it's not like a guaranteed get. In like the third pull, I opened the fucking bag and it's the orange fire, or it's the orange light, which means it's a 5-star. And then as I open it all the way up, the bag flashes, which means it's a fucking 6-star, and Mliner just shows up. I was like, oh, okay, so we're just getting fucking lucky, which either means that A, we're on a hot streak, and we're gonna consistently get all of these egos really fast, and it's gonna be extremely hype, or that used all of my fucking luck, and I'm cooked, and I'm gonna have to miss all of the egos, and I'm going to be sad. I don't think that'll be the case. I think we're gonna get lucky, because we do have like 200-ish pulls, so we at least have like a pretty good chance of getting him. But this guy also has like an ability where he's got a scaling damage buff the longer he goes without swinging, and some of his skills make it so that that buff does not reset upon either killing someone or losing the ability. He can also do true damage if another person from his like nation does damage while he is using his skill 3. He seems kind of gross, and I would like to put all of the investment into leveling him, but like, fuck's sake, Arknights. It costs so many resources to get a character leveled in Arknights, it's absurd. We're working on it though. Anyway, gambling. You know what, actually, let's read first. Let's read first. I will say this before anything, Mliner is in the chase here. It's not even close. Oh, he's like broken. Motherfucker, I want to select 2 things at once. I want to drag me up here. We are pulling soon. I am reading through egos to understand how they work. Because I would like to get an idea of how these function before I go in and like, because I want to know what I'm getting beyond like the character. Like, I like the characters, God does. This is one that I want because Ling's my goat. Ling's carried me through so much shit in Arknights. Anyway, tier. Tier. To remain oneself, we'd love to see it. It's got 10 plus 6 coin. What does it have at base? 8 plus 6, which is not nearly as good, but still. 4 attack weight, which is pretty good. You get 4 poise count, or 4 poise potency. Before the attack, +1 for every 5 poise potency plus poise count on self to a max of 3. So that could be hit pretty easily by playing certain IDs. I'm not sure. The only poise ID I can think of for Hongers is the boyfriends. The fucking the guns guys, right? They're poised, full stop, yeah. Okay. If this unit does not have Thunderer or High Thunderer, recoup half of the ego resources and SP consumed by this skill rounded down. Depending on how far you get, I may need to leave. Also, Lord Lu has poise. True! I forgot about Lord Lu. And the Sins match too, so this is kind of designed for a full stop. So what is Thunderer? On start, gain 1 offense level up and 1 defense level up. On turn end, lose a stack. gain 2 offense level up and 2 defense level up and lose a stack. Okay, so we're kind of rolling it off of the idea of like you get to summon the dragons and then they help you out by doing just like buffing your offense level. Okay, I think that's fair. I understand not giving them an entire summon animation and shit because that sounds kind of ridiculous. Seems pretty good. This unit has Thunderer, gain +1 attack weight and deal 25% extra damage. This unit has High Thunderer, gain 2 attack weight and deal 45% additional damage. So hit harder if you have Thunderer, hit even harder if you have High Thunderer. After attack, gain 5 Thunderer. So summon your dragons after the hit. So after you use this, get 5 dragons. If you have High Thunder or High Thunder, consume all of it and gain. Okay. First use, this doesn't do too much because first use you don't have any Thunderer, and after the attack you get Thunderer. After that, you'll have Thunderer up, which is gonna buff your offense level up by a good bit. You do it again, and you get High Thunderers unlocked. So it's basically you have to use this 3 times before it really hits its full potency. However, at its full potency, it's fucking 6 attack weight for 7 Sin resource, which is kind of gross. If the unit has Thunderer, deal additional poise potency % damage on crits. So unit's High Thunderer, deal poise potency and poise count. Okay, yep. Crit hard if you have your dragons up. This seems pretty good. I'm gonna give this a pretty good rating. The big ding on this one is that's a lot of sanity to be dumping into this. That's what, 50 sanity before this is fully online? I was hoping that Faust Ego would summon Monster. It doesn't. That's kind of a shame. And it gives sinking. Like, the tiniest little ounce of sinking. But, I mean, hey, it's good to see. It fits. Ling would do sinking. I'm not going to pay too much attention to the corrosion. Oh, maybe I do. I believe the mechanics are basically the same. Okay, but it doesn't care which type of Thunder you have. It's also indiscriminate and targets randomly, so that's great. Gain 2 attack weight, base power, and coin power. Pervert! And 2 more attack weight. That's 7 attack weight. Oh god. Look at the TS1. I don't know what you mean by TS1 of the Corrosion's Clash power. Oh, Thread Spin 1 of the Corrosion's Clash power. Oh my god. Two? Jesus fucking Christ. Why do people call it Monster when its name is, in theory, Munter? I'm not sure. These seem to be good for dungeon, faith, removing sand. Well, I haven't seen all of it, so. 11 Clash power, damn. Truly a force to be reckoned with. Jesus Christ. Gain 5 Thunder. If you have Thunder or High Thunder, become Thunder. Okay, cool. Deal Pride damage by 10% of the damage dealt. Deal more Pride damage. Poison. Okay, same kind of effect. Corrosion does a little bit more sinking and kind of hits harder in terms of just like raw damage. So it is writ, an ode to wine. That's her event name. Just an ode to wine, not so it is writ. But God knows she'd be doing writing. On turn end, among the ego resources consumed to use, remain oneself. Honglu. Gain 1 ego resource. Oh, wow. So it also refunds your ego. What the fuck? Hello? Deal 1% damage for every Thunder or High Thunder stack lost or consumed. Oh. Oh. You just get basically a 15% damage amp as time goes on. Wow, this is really good. Yeah, this fits Full Stop Honglu like a fucking glove. Holy shit. They gave the gun a poet, and it got even scarier. Alright, Gregory, what do you do? So if you have 10 Sloth, 7 Pride, and 4 Gloom, you would get an extra Gloom. That's insane. Valve tier, my favorite. This is I get oh my sweet Jesus. That is so, you know what? We're gonna read that one next. I've been told that's the chase one. I've been told that's the like really busted one. So we'll get to that. We'll come back in just a minute. We have Command Meltdown for Cult Sid. Hello, Call. She is the one character in Arknights in this event that I do not have. If the main target has Burn or Rupture, gain Final Power +3. Deal 1% damage for every 1 Rupture potency and Rupture count on the main target. If this unit has Hardened Shell Barrier, multiply this effect and its maximum cap by 2. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Immediately before getting hit by an enemy. Okay, so you gain stack divided by 3 defense level up, maximum of 3 rounded down. Okay. This actually competes with Fluid Sac. Oh god. Immediately before getting hit by an enemy, consume half of Hardened Shell Barrier and gain protection equal to... Oh. Okay. Turn in, lose 3 stacks. Okay, it could be a little rough because you'll be losing stuff just as time goes on. Like 3 stacks on turn end is a little rough. I wonder how consistently you're able to actually get your hands on this. But it makes your multiply its maximum. You just get like 50% additional. Jesus. Okay, cool, neat, gross, but neat. Okay, after attack, gain max stacks of Hardened Shell Barrier. Okay, this is also a head tier, so this is not craziest. That's okay. Immediately just looking at that, that's a little gross. The fact that it's 17 plus 13 with a 3 attack weight is also really gross. Heal self and 1 ally with the least HP percentage by 30% of this unit's max HP. Does that not have a cap? Oh. Ooh, and it also SP heals. Oh no. Yeah, this unit's HP, so yeah, its own max. Hold on a fucking second. Hold up a minute. Okay. It also does it not on a heads hit for the sanity. That's kind of fucking nasty. So she just stacks HP. So if she just has a shitload of HP, she's gonna be healing for a lot. And if she's at max, she just heals even more for everyone. And she just always heals 15 SP. And I saw you have her at 1. No, I have a... I have Fluid Second UT4. Oh, mouse. Yeah, no, I just haven't been using mouse yet. Listen, I'm working on it. It requires so many fucking level up tickets to get an entire goddamn team up and running in this fucking game. It is so gross. It is so like, I finally got Lord Hong and fucking Family Hierarch, and now I'm working on the chicken. Next is Mouse, and then I need to get the fucking horse, and I need to get the fucking snakes, and I need to get these 2, and so many fucking tickets. Anyway, brief crash out. This is we're getting to the same issue that Arknights has, where it's just like, oh my fucking god. Getting like a new team up and running in this game is a fucking nightmare. It isn't as hard as other gachas. It's definitely not as hard as like fucking most of the Hoyo slop. And it's not as hard as Arknights. I'm sorry, Arknights. Your fucking leveling system is baby like dog doo-doo. It's baby vomit. Like, I hate it. I do not like it. It requires so many resources to get people up and running in that fucking game. And if you have not been playing that game, like, every day since launch, it is almost impossible to fucking have, like, every single one of your dudes, like, up and running. It's insane. I'll get a new 6-star and it's like, great, I'm never gonna use this motherfucker because it's going to take me like a week of non-stop burning every single thing that I have just to get this motherfucker to E2. Not even with like module and shit. And this ego has 1 coin, so it's stacked with brazen. Oh, you're right. It stacks with the funny coin. Yeah, but it's rupture negative, so it's actually bad. It's rupture count negative, so it's bad, actually. The coin gift. The coin! Okay, so corrosion. Targets randomly. Indiscriminate, as always. Base power +1 for every 6 rupture. Gain 1 attack weight for every 3 highest resin. We didn't have that on this one. We have no way of buffing this attack weight, right? Okay, cool. Yeesh, buddy. The healing is also reminiscent of Cal's heal AI2 from what I mentioned before. Yeah, she heals herself and her big buddy. And then oh, you're right. And if she's at like full HP, she'll heal multiple people. That's funny. That's funny. 3 entire rupture potency. She's so powerful! Gain 1 attack weight for every 3 highest residents. Gain 10 hardened shell barrier if the skill's damage did not stagger or kill any target. Take HP damage equal to 20% of this. Oh, it like inverts it? And gain shield. Oh! If this damage does not kill this unit, max out the hardened shell barrier stack at turn end and gain 2 damage. Okay, that's cool. Oh, it's still rupture count negative. 0 out of 10. Okay, that's cool. That's a neat one. I'm not biggest brainless enough to actually figure out how all of that should work out, but like, neat. Corrosion seems pretty good. Okay, passive goes on for fucking ever. Okay, hold up. Surgical selfish healing meant for critical wounds as opposed to Fluid Sack's extreme spread heals or Thorologica's passive spread heals. Yeah, it's very cool. I like the I really like the concept of this ego, like even divorced from Kaltsit. Like this is neat. Heal self and ally, 1 ally by the lowest HP with the lowest HP percentage by hardened shell barrier. Okay, so it's just, oh my god, it just keeps going. And it heals harder? Oh my fucking god, dude. Girl, you're doing too much. So it literally just passively, your hardened shell barrier just keeps healing. The corrosion self-damage is a reference to Cal's S3, which would make monster go turbo mode and do true damage if monster didn't kill during it would... Okay, that makes sense. That's cool. I need a... Calcit is available in IS2 as a monthly thing, and I would like to run that. Unfortunately, I recently discovered that the monthly runs do not give you candles, so there's not much of a reason to do it beyond, like, lore drops in the conversations and the like, 1 run and done thing. Or at least it didn't give me candles. If the last ego skill Faust used during this encounter was Command Meltdown, lose only 1... That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Funny that we could use the corrosion to self-damage Moth Faust to get her HP lower faster. True. True. Dokuta. Yeah, this one's Dokuta. Yeah, this seems gross. Kaltsit seems really fucking good. I cannot imagine how Greg is going to fucking beat this out, but let's see. Okay. This is the one that people have been telling me is stupid. Like, this is the gross one. Okay, Unbrilliant Glory, Flowing. So I'm pretty sure that's his S3 for, Oh, Jesus. Okay. When used for the first time in battle, consume 1 fewer wrath, 2 fewer sloth, the ungiest bungiest, unga bunga maximum, at 1 or more man in scabbard. Don't you hate it when there is a man in your scabbard? Yeah, so that's 1 of each on first use. That's a little nasty. It still costs 30. Oh no, it. Woo! Okay. So if you have passive stack, go off. Got it. So gain passive stack after using this, using this cheap as fuck. And then second time you use it, you pop your passive stack, presumably. And now I'm predicting this. I'm predicting that this man in scabbard is going to have an ability that makes it more potent the longer you go without using it. So max stack of 40, you gain 1. For every stack divided by 8, gain 1 aggro. Okay, that's right. I forgot Horsebro likes to actually get hit more often, which I don't know how the fuck that works into his kit in Arknights, I'm not gonna lie. But seems cool. Gain 1 aggro, maximum 5 rounded down, leftmost slot. For every stack divided by 20, gain 1 prot. Okay, so I'm explicitly incorrect. He's getting protection the longer he charges it, and he gets 10 stacks at turn end. So you basically pop this, wait 2 turns, and then pop it again. Because it refreshes. This, in essence, only costs 5 sanity, but you need to burn 30 sanity to, like, do the thing. You also get offense and damage up next turn. Okay, and then we have the pop. You also have to notably, oh no, it's unclashable, so it just, okay. That's actually pretty good. What other stuff do we have that is unclashable on our end? Because I feel like this is one of the first that we've seen for abilities that cannot be clashed with for us. I feel like that's been an enemy thing for a long time, but we haven't seen it, like, ever. Second, actually? Yeah, that's why I said one of the first. Hong Vow? Oh, yeah. Totally right. Okay, let's see what the Unleash move is. External effects cannot trigger this skill to be reused. Always good to hear that. That does not make me scared at all. At 40, Man in Scabbard becomes clashable. At 40 Man in Scabbard until this skill ends. Okay, so no, it's not only 2 turns. You get 10 stacks and... Oh, the max stack is 40, so you just wait until 40, and then you pop this. Until this skill ends, the student cannot be staggered from taking damage. It gains Clash Clash Power plus fucking 20? Jesus! Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's the floor of 30. 30 minimum. That goes up to 35, possibly. Might be higher. Then the fact that Project B made Gregor's first WoW Ego and Busted crossover one is nice. Yes, his first one. People really do not like Jesus Greg. Consume all Man in Scabbard and gain the following effects. For every stack consumed divided by 20, recuperate... Oh, God. So, okay, cool. So you get Pride and Wrath back. Neat. For every stack consumed divided by 10, gain +1 attack... So 7 attack weight. Oh. This first WoW costs 14 resources. This one costs 3? What the fuck? If 40 stack was consumed, the 4th coin deals... the 4th coin. So yeah, okay. Deal 5% damage for every 8 burn plus tremor on the main target. Neat. Itself clash power, so theoretically it could be dodged. Yes. I like that, Dragon. Every turn he charges a single swing. And if it did not consume 40 mana and scabbard, does it eat all? Yeah, okay. So it eats all mana and scabbard no matter what. And then after it resets after the attack. Oh no. I don't know why it's suddenly become Raiden. You're goddamn insane! Or whatever the fuck the quote is. Gain 1 mana and scabbard. I'm putting you in my scabbard, Jack. Or not Jack. Fucking Sam. The memes. The ego is essentially a ticking bomb. Also, Wrath, Sloth, and Pride is gonna synchronize perfectly with his upcoming Thumb ID for Copium. It's an ego with an internal 4-turn cooldown. Yeah, so you pop it, 4 turns go by, you kill everyone, and then it resets the timer because it gives you 1... Heal 5 SP for every target that was staggered or killed due to... Gross. Nasty. Disgusting. If you don't max pop it, it doesn't hit quite as good. Reuse this coin, get a swing every time that you... for every 10, basically. Funny that the ID that currently makes the most of it is Zwei, which makes me think we're getting a similar situation to Sync Dawn with her Eastern version. I certainly hope so. I noticed that too, because it gives you a lot of defense level up, and it's like, hey, the only one that I'm aware of that really does anything with that is fucking Zwei. And I really don't want to use Zwei Greg, because it kind of sucks. If this coin is not cracked, Snake Style Gaming. If this coin isn't cracked, well, this coin is always cracked, but if it breaks... Imagine being the rat victim to this ego. The world around you shifts and you see a man with a fucking sword of light before you, then all he does is just stab it into the ground and literally nothing else happens. And if it targets 3 or more enemies, the final coin to be used deals 20% damage for these. Okay. Swagger is great, just literally no synergy with any of the cast. Yeah, that's what I mean. I like my teams to have fucking synergy. If this is the final coin, and if the target has 15 more Tremor Potency, trigger Tremor Burst, reduce its 1. It's going to be used 4 times, deal sloth damage equal to the Tremor ooh. Nasty. Gross. I don't think I've ever used Swigregor, but it would be funny to use him just to use this thing. Yeah. Okay, so... the Corrosion seems to be the alternative version to Pop It. Premium had to make this Tremor as well because yellow. Yes, indeed. And the whole point of the Corrosion is the turbo. Okay. The coins 1 to 3. Oh shit, yeah, it actually swings 4 times. And it's a negative 1, that's weird. Currently, Priest Gregor charges it the quickest. His bleed self-damage gives him stacks, but that might be a bug. Yeah. There are 3 or more targets if the coins 1 to 3 hit without cracking. The final coin deals 30% more damage. At 40 mana and scabbard, base power +1. Consume all mana and scabbard and gain the following effects. All of them rounded down. Gain defense level if 40 is attuned, gain 2 protection. And deal more damage. Deal 3% damage for every 6 burn and tremor. Base power -4 for every cracked coin. Base max 16, Jesus. Yeah, this thing also caps out at 20, which is rough. I don't think you saw that final coin damage. Yeah, it's 160%, which is a lot. If 40 mana scabbard was consumed by the skill, left a skill slot on the tap board. Okay. Needs more aggro. Yeah, seems pretty great. It seems pretty gross. You just kind of get to kill a man with this. +1, yeah, I do love the +1 base power. Base power 20, by the way. Yeah, and now the passive. When gain oh no. Oh. He has a way of gaining more mana and scabbard than just waiting. Okay. Sure. 1 for every 3 HP damage taken from getting hit. 1 for every 5 shield HP damage taken from getting hit. Gain 10 per staggered ally when other allies become staggered. Gain 20 per dead ally when other allies are killed. Remember how Pregger, I don't like that term, hits himself for like 25 bleed every turn? That is now 8 man and scabbard. Oh. If this unit is staggered due to damage, and if this unit has 40 plus man and scabbard, fix all this unit's resistance values to 2 for the turn. 2 for the turn and recover from stagger. Jesus. Finally, synergy for team killing Esau. The fact he just goes back into 1 scabbard so he can instantly go back into farming makes him go so crazy in prolonged fights. Yeah. No, this, I can see why that's the best one. All 3 of these seem really gross, but that one in particular seems very gross. Like, fucking hell. Okay. It is time. Oh, wait, so is that part of the passive saying that he still gains the resistance changes from getting staggered, but he can still act? I think so. Gregor has 40 men in his scabbard. Priest really likes it because he only has the 1 stagger threshold. He truly is Pregger because there are 40 men in his scabbard. I didn't really read the egos, I'll be for real. That's why I'm reading them, so if anyone does not read the egos, they get, you've got some info here. I'm here to help. Yeah, gross. I want all of them. Let's go. All right, watch this. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I haven't mentioned. Yeah, blue is good from what I've seen. That's the other thing to mention. I have all of these that I have not got, as well as awkward and fell bullet end corp standing here. But any of these is also a good pull because I don't have them. Welcome to the No Ego Club. With all ego, it took me 182. Yeah, we'll see. It's gonna be interesting. 20 more pulls for the announcer. There's an announcer? Enjoy this 0.65% focus rate. I will. No blue off rip. It's the so my joke. Amiya is a paid lunacy pack. Way too many T Corp Dawn dupes. Oh god. What was I gonna mention? I was gonna mention oh god damn it, my brain. The thing I normally say when rolling while beep beep is it's the green you need. But that doesn't work here because it's not green. It's blue. So I guess it's the blue you goo. And when I look into your future, it's the blue that you do. We did get a big max rare. Is it something that I do not have? No, it is Dawn. Given PM Sketty code, you might get green. It could happen, you never know. And nothing. That's what you can get from Isung. Oh. Wait, you can get... Oh yeah, no, look at that. Announcers are in the pack. I hate that. Alright, here we go. Let's start digging in that lunacy twin. Oh, hold on. Flash gold. It's Captain Ishmael. Getting the... So we got Ishmael, which means that we're getting blessed by bomb, I guess? Alright, let's start throwing some fucking emotes in the chat, because clearly we do not have the proper energy right now. Did I ever add any Arknights related 7 TV emotes? I feel like that would be appropriate here, but also I don't know if I ever did, because I have had Arknights Vengeance for so long. Is that an Arknights character? No, that's Coco Gun. Oh god. Let's do... You know what, let's just do Rainbow Please. Rainbow Please is a good one. Everyone throw Rainbow Please in the chat. Spam that sucker. We need the rainbow. We need the head bopping energy. We need the power. Cyrano's blue. This totally helps, right? Yeah, that'll be our fallback. If it's still not looking good, we'll go for blue. Go for blue related emotes. Emotes that are blue. All right. Behold my gambling. Watch this, flash blue. Watch this, flash blue. Shit. Keep firing! Fire again! It's gold! It's not blue! It'd be nice to get... Okay, I was gonna say... It was this... Oh, it's, delivery driver, Rhodia. I literally never got this girl. And I never saved up the fucking, the shards for her. But cool, neat. New get, always good to see. I got a season 5 ID. I thought that wasn't possible for season 6, but I may just be illiterate. So you can't, whatchamacallit, you can't vendor them. You can get them in the gacha. I never bothered for Rhodia's ID, lol. Yeah, Uber driver Rhodia seems cool. Alright, come on, game. Man, I'm getting unlucky. Alright. We need some blue. We need some blue goo. What's a good blue emote? Oh, classic. Wait, no. Wait, Blahaj! Blahaj! We need the Blahaj. We need the spinny Blahaj. We need the funny shark. You should put on Eiffel 65's blue song. I'm blue, da boo dee da boo da boo da boo dee da boo da boo da boo dee da boo da doo da boo dee da doo. The Blahaj! The Blahaj! The power! Alright, behold, blue. Oh my fucking god, dude. Come on. Alright, clearly the issue is that I'm not drinking something. This is basically a dragon, right? It is if you think about it. What the fuck is happening? What? What the fuck was that? Karen! Karen, lay off the clutch! Karen! Karen! The bus is gonna fucking explode! Dude, what is happening right now? So as I play unlimited fucking pull works, give me my shit! Give me the blue! And it gives me the fucking yellow. Oh my god. Double yellows. Double golds. Where's the blue? You need to close your eyes. Alright. Double gold again. Oh hey, I don't have to. Good, I don't have to shark it now. Thank God. Oh hey, a bum. Lamau, he misses.
이번 야간 자율 학습은 누구도 빠지지 않았고.
We got oh, we got
개발된
Daishi.
지식을 다시 채우는 것도 좋지만.
I know people say he's not very good, but I like him.
잊지 말도록.
I like his vibe. He's hot. Okay. I'm gonna close my eyes for this next one. I can't. Is it spacebar? God damn it. It's rough out here in these streets right now. Are we gonna have to fucking pity one of these? Unfortunately, I think Mlinar actually ate all of my fucking... Oh wait, Blue Faust. Blue Hung Blue. Yeah, this is just the fucking standard banner in disguise. What's happening? Oh my god, Blue Faust. Dude, the blue's not real. I don't think Ego are actually real, guys. I think you guys just made up the crossover. I don't think did they cancel the crossover? Hello? No, it's still going. Oh my fucking lord. What is happening? Yo, we out of Ego. The game is undergoing an ego death. Alright, let's grab the silly one. Okay, fucker. Yo, we out of ego. Dude, where? They're all distortions now. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. What? The fuck? It took us this long to get a blue. Oh my fucking lord. And we got a gold. It's a very pretty blue. Okay, we got the Faust one. That's pretty good.
멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로.
I heard someone didn't get blue until 280. That was almost me. You almost heard from me. More teal than blue. Maybe that's where we went wrong. Oh, you're right. Yeah, thank God we can't get dupes. Come on. Turn blue, you fuck. Come on. We just need one more blue. Oh, let's go. Okay. We're done rolling. Jesus fucking Christ. I got all 3 and 50. Oh, you motherfucker. Oh my god. Okay. As painful as it was to go 242. Like, ow. Ow. Physical pain. Rough. Hate it. We did actually get a couple of the things that we were looking for aside from it. We got two IDs in the in the standard one, and we got our last seasonal ID, so that's neat. Glad that we got it. We still got 120 rolls left in the bank for Walpipi, depending on what Walpurgis knocked is next. Are we on a? I think we're on a library roll next. Yes, hi, Bubba. Hi, Mr. Buddy. Ow! Oh, bite me. Sorry, Jason wants attention. Next is library. Good. That means I definitely need to save some fucking rolls. How many pulls were those? That was a grand total of 242. Jesus. A poem's brushstroke becomes a blank atop a dry ink stroke. Walk across the dust, grasp the solitude, and forge on towards the faint and far blank. Be assured this sword, this honor, this blank won't be... I might blank be the conduit through which I attain knowledge. I will shiver with blank. I'll just be another blank recovery mission, huh? Long future glory fist Frisian trunk. She Association, well, please, Kim Jae-hoon. Would be King of Greed book. That'd be neat. I'd like to see the next couple magical girls. She Association. Can't wait for next library. Whole boss thing is gonna open up with Oh Sorrow. Jesus. We're gonna fight Philip. Alright, we got Jobber Yi-sung. Got Command Meltdown. Now this is where we reach the unfortunate situation, which is now I have to uptie these fuckers. Which is gonna be rough. Because that's a lot of resources. Now we need to raise all of these characters. We're gonna get these to uptie 2 to start. We'll get the rest of them there later. I have more findings, but we'll wait till battle as well as a new theory if you're willing to hear. Yes, please wait on anything that might pertain to the actual event until we've done the actual event. And then Gregory got brilliant glory. Luckily, there are another 300 to 400 thread in the event. Hell yeah. All right. And now we actually get to begin. Okay, so you get 40% gain for each of the additional dudes. Oh, it's got its own map. How is it? How difficult is the... You know what? We'll just... Let's just run it hard, I guess? Is that a good idea? Chad, is it a good idea to just run this hard? Read the thing. Yeah, no, if you beat it in hard, you get it in normal. I know. I read it. I read it. Yes. Oh my god. I'm more asking for the sake of, like, am I gonna get fucking murdered? Oh no, it uses stamina! Son of a bitch! I have to burn boxes. Oh. He doesn't have his boyfriend. We should get someone else in here. Oh no, I don't have that many IDs for Honglu that are, like, completely capped the fuck out. Uh-oh. We'll stick with Full Stop. Full Stop is pretty good. But, well, I guess we're gonna be getting some use out of these fucking egos. Except for Yi-sung. Why is Yi-sung here? 8 sitters died forever. Oh no. I guess we'll give her Polar Boat Works. We're kind of just picking shit right now. Yeah, Gun Lu is definitely the good pick here, and then we'll have Priest Greg going. Alright.
잠수 준비 끝.
Pretty sure hard just makes it so that your IDs aren't auto 55 and up to 4. Oh. Yeah, that tracks. I was exploring a Lobotomy Corporation branch when my consciousness sinks into the depths. The sense of cognition, itself a concept without form, floats into the shadow of an ever-widening river, swept up in its currents to nowhere. When we ran into an abnormality, but Saud told us that Hongwon's Lobotomy Corp branch should be free of any abnormalities. The abnormality, which had appeared out of nowhere, was more otherworldly than any we'd encountered so far in our journey, and deep blue. It was fathomlessly blue, and seemed to have a pull that endlessly drew us into itself. Just as I was about to recall this abnormality, a myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crashed into my mind like wild waves before ebbing away from its shores. I was wondering what the difference was. Well, the nerfs are mainly applied to normal as well. Damn it, Blue Star, you skied us into Arknights. Dante, you've already been victim to amnesia. You can't get Isekai 2. That's against the rules as a gacha game character. I was already lost in a drift somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized this. Just how long am I going to be adrift? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite the unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a while. Okay. An unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Are you Dante? The fog of my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves, and a concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. Ah, what a relief. Gregor, I think Dante has come too. So who are... I was about to ask further questions to this stranger with particularly long animal-like ears, but... I felt the drowsiness coursing back with the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I have to get a hold of myself. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, I barely managed to wake myself from slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. Virgilius, am I back in that mirror world? Dante's got a little bit of trauma from when Virgilius looked like her. The sinners run into a maybe Aleph Abno off-screen. I mean, I'm assuming that the abnormality in question was in fact a Seaborn that somehow crossed over into the city, as they describe it as being particularly unknown and otherworldly. Or it could be a bluish star, honestly. There was that stranger from earlier sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights. A young girl who probably saved my life. Wait, so were those animal ears after all? Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out just where in the world I ended up in. So where? We're standing by the Iberian coastline. How are you feeling? A little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Iberia, huh? Yes, we're in Iberia. Well, given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to Eucorp's Great Lake? Iberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknowns than knowns to me. I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here any minute. I see. Oh, I kind of love Amiya's sprite. She's a little goober. The whole unfathomlessly blue is Bluish Star's whole shtick. We're in Spain. Dawn should be very useful, but Dawn's not here. Wait, my colleagues? You must have run into the sinners then. The fog in my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Sinners? She understands us. Interesting. I think so. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for their head. It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for. So this clock head does come in handy. Manager bud. Dante. I'd woken up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face. What a lovely place. What a lovely face. Welcome to the Iberian coastline. Yes, all of your nuggets that got by Blue Star were in fact sent to Arknights. Suffer. In the midst of this all-around sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Gregor, Hong Lu. Miss Rabbit here told me she found you unconscious by the ocean, and I came as fast as I could, and oh boy, I was worried that something bad might have happened. Glad to see you're doing fine. Were you lost at sea? I don't know. They get sent to random other gacha games. So some of them were given a fate worse than death. Genshin. Well, I do think I'm fine, though. I guess not having any way to drink water is finally coming in handy. You should go get that checked out just in case. Wait, your head's waterproof, right? Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. So, what happened? Where are we? Do you remember entering that lobotomy core branch Zichin told us about? Yeah. Yeah, we ran into a new abnormality and got sucked into it before we even had a chance to do anything. Man, I really thought that was it for us, especially with you getting sucked in there too, Manager Bud. When we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we were all fine without a scratch. Though there was quite the mess when we realized that you'd gone missing. We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we were. So we're not at U-Corp's Great Lake? Some of us consider that to be a distinct possibility, but it's unlikely. Ishmael was really certain that we were not in District 21. She did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the Great Lake at the outskirts, but that doesn't seem likely either, given what the rabbit-eared lady there said. The outskirts region of the Great Lake? I've met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who referred to the Iberian Sea that way. Terra? Iberia? As I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. Speaking of which, who are you? Oh, really? You fellas haven't introduced yourselves to each other yet? It's just that it's all a lot to take in. It's understandable. You did just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience. She is, actually, would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Amia, the leader of Rhodes Island. Please, just call me Amia. I'm Dante, manager at Limbus Company. I know I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. It seems that this rodeo island... It seems that this rodeo island is a pretty big corporation, but... Gregor trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with the rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is at all. As far as I know, there aren't any organizations in Terra with the same characteristics as the one Mr. Gregor explained. At least not with a name like the Head. Also, sorry, it's Rhodes Island, not Rodeo. Sorry, Gregor's kind of bad with names. So what you're saying is that we're not in the city anymore? It'd be weird for any higher-ups at these huge corporations to know less about the Head than we do, let alone be completely clueless about it. Maybe we've tumbled into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts or the ruins. Probably. Or maybe we've really found ourselves in a completely different world. If their conjecture is correct, we're in way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridor. Amia stared at me with some concern as though she felt my distress. I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here. Really? Yes. Recently, anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia, ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. And it's been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant, to something that we've never observed before, so... Seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. I really would have appreciated Faust's input. Where'd all the other sinners go anyway? We're a bit late on the uptake to be gawking around for the other sinners now, don't you think? They're in a settlement near here, where they're all helping out with various odds and ends of the village, while taking turns searching for Dante, of course. You know, I never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone when we're like fish out of water, too. Man, barely got even a wink of sleep yesterday. Interesting. Did it? It played the scrunchy noise from which almost implies that Gregor's arm is acting up here. Concerning. Everyone's got to be really tired then. So it's just the two of you out here for now? No, Ishmael and Yisong are the other half of the search party, but we just happen to be the last group in the rotation. They must be searching elsewhere to find you, Manager Bud. It was a different one from the start of LCB checkup. That's concerning. We got the news early thanks to Amiya's comms gear, but the other team didn't. Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, we don't have any way to get in touch with them, so they'll probably continue their search until their shift is done. Oh, are we talking about that village you mentioned earlier? Dog. It's probably Gregor doing his weird noisy stretching. Uh-huh. Right, you've not been there yet, huh? I guess it's a bit off the beaten path. Well, we're going to have to rendezvous with the other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. Something seemed to pique Amiya's interest, and she fell into a contemplative silence before carefully speaking up. I would like to accompany you there. Sure, I don't see why not. You helped us find Manager Bud, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do. I don't actually know Iberia that well either, but I should be of some help. They've closed their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influences from affecting them, but I did get a briefing before the mention. Now that I think about it, of the two Iberia stories that I've done in Arknights, Rhodes Island and Dr. and Amia were not directly involved with either of them, as far as I remember. I think Cultsit was involved with one of them, with Solteria Novice. But I'll need to replay through a lot of these. Closed borders, huh? Then how'd you get in, Miss Amia? The other sitters hearing Gregor stretch, causing the disgustingly visceral noise of flesh tearing loudly. We followed Dr. Culsit's directions and illegally crossed the country border. Illegally? Oh, does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission, Amia? We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. Huh. Is it normal for some pharmaceutical companies to be doing that? Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions. Yes, Rhodes Island is, in essence, a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with oropathy. But we also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. Dante has some PTSD with borders. And in Terra, we discovered something fantastical, something that only the that might sound Okay, I don't know what the bit is. Bruno. And in Terra, we found something utterly fantastical, something that sounds absolutely unbelievable. They call it something like Boonin rights. Rights, Gregor, human rights. That's funny. Oh god. But we also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. Calling it Greg is the Roland of Limbus. He's a nobody who's actually him. Oh yeah. High-risk areas, huh? Wait, what about your companions? I doubt you came all the way here on your own. That's, we were forced to split up due to certain forces that were in pursuit. Wait, stop! Ami's ears twitched as he came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. And then, there! As we stood about confused, Amia, noticing something, pointed toward the seashore hidden behind large and cracked rock formations. What are we supposed to... Huh? There we saw someone wielding a lengthy greatsword, bickering with two familiar faces. Again, move. You're in the way. You needn't worry as you do. We have had ample experience battling monsters who are much like them. Listen, I'm not worried, it's... Come on, better to have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran into out here, so we've got a lot of questions to ask. Yisung, Ishmael. And the antithesis of Limbus clothing. Real, extremely real. Dante, you were unharmed. And here I was, getting ready for a 3 days long search. What a relief. We were all really worried that we might never find you. We managed to find them thanks to help from Miss Amia here. Amia. Are you two acquainted? Not a good time for a reunion. It can wait until after we take out the sea monsters. Scotty, are these organisms the Seaborns Dr. Kaltsit mentioned? They're sea terrors, to be specific, the less sophisticated ones among them. And they're probably here for me. Sea terrors? I hear the sticky noise of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turn to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smell the heavy, wet scent of brine. At the end of my gaze awaits strange monsters, unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I'd ever seen. I was gonna say, how's my volume? It is as though the sea itself is encroaching on the land. I'm gonna scooch my mic a little closer, see if that fixes it. I was almost certain that we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. Her experiences with the thick scent of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a wary mood. As Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids? I don't know. The Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries, after all. Dante, what do your senses say? It's unclear. I'd say the closest comparison I could make is with the whales, but even that's not conclusive. More enemies on the horizon. We should prepare for battle. Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them, though. So, let's take them out. Ah, blue Gula Picatula. Terrifying. I wonder if these will show up in mirror dungeons. Amiya! Oh wow, they even got the voice actress. That's awesome. If target has 6 or more sinking, clash power +1. At 33 or lower, not just the voice actress, the Japanese voice actress. They're using the Arknights portrait. Oh, that's cool. On hit without cracking, inflict 3 Oh no! Get this nervous impairment shit away from me! Where's my twink? Where is my fucking twink? Where is the blue dude that I have in Arknights that can cure this shit? I need him. I need him here. He is my comfort twink when I fight the Seaborn. Jesus fucking Christ. Demian's in the city, not that one. I love PTSD. I love getting PTSD from Arknights encounters. At 33 or lower, convert all coins. Oh no, they all become unbreakables. Gross. Which means guaranteed nervous impairment. Like 2 more potency. Okay. When on top of. I'm gonna move my microphone away because I'm about to be very loud. Get this fucking Nether Sea brand shit out of my Limbus company, man. I don't want to deal with this shit again. So it's very good that I played Solteria Novice. Lumen, I think was his name. My blue bird twink who can cure nervous impairment. I need him. I need him. I need my comfort twink. Save us, Lumen. Save us, Lumen. It's so weird. I know nothing of AK, so with the status don't know if I was like cool, but apparently this is hated. Oh yeah, no. I don't think it's that hated, but it's definitely like a rough mechanic to deal with in the event that it shows up in. Sinners on top of Nether Sea Brand at turn end. You take fixed damage. Greatly increases the nervous impairment of stack Sea Terrors on top of Nether Sea Brand inflict against sinners. Nether Sea Brand's influence expands towards sinner territory with each passing turn. Oh my god. Oh my. Oh look, we're back in hell. My fucking favorite. They're about as durable as the Ting Tang gang members. That makes sense. These are the mooks of the Sea Terrors, so this will be fun. Ow. 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 Good thing their offense level seems to be absolutely horrid. Oh yeah. Not too surprising on that front. Your numbers are no match for a gun. Presumably a gun that actually works with, like, actual bullets. I wonder if they're gonna reference the fucking Rainbow Six Siege crossover in this. Facing enemies that have an offense level lower than us? What the fuck is this? Huh? We can do that? I choose the Mao Squad here. Hell yeah. To be fair, I do not have the Leveled. Yeah, this has been kind of risky. My ramblings are going to have to wait till later on my Dog City dudes for a bit. Yeah, it'll probably have to wait until after the event. Next Limbus stream we'll get it. We can start using some of these fucking stacks. Hit him with the risky judge. I love the risky judgment instant giving these guys with just the kick. Yeah, Captain Ish would not be a bad option here, admittedly. Bah! Good kill, good kill. We'd love to see it. Took the egos yet for the bonus mats? Yes. I made sure to do so. All remaining enemies have retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone. Didn't think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside of the Great Lake. You could say that again. It would have taken us the whole day if that Scotty character didn't occupy the other half while Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance. And so these things don't leave corpses, they just turn to goo. That would not surprise me. They are goopy goobers. They explode. As we were catching our breath after the battle, I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Scotty glaring at me with palpable alarm. Strange people who transform. And ahead of a clock? I guess they're both technically true. Well, it's nothing more than a theory at this point. I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door that we're supposed to be investigating. Nice to meet you, I guess? I only hear a ticking clock. Oh, that's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. Huh? What's up? No, I'm just wondering how Miss Omnia can seemingly understand Dante. The windscreen is different? We'll see it in a sec. Yeah, what's going on here? Huh. Yeah, it completely flew over my head that I didn't even question how weird this is. Their voice sounds like a ticking clock to me too, but I don't know, it's almost like I could sense what they're trying to say, what kind of emotion they're trying to convey. Oh, yeah, that's right, she's an empath. Like a literal empath, not a horrible person on TikTok. Her explanation reminded me of the blue boy in Sinclair's past, but I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amia that I felt from him. So she can read me kind of like how Virgilius can, I guess? Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true. It's been a bit of a hassle to always need Faust or Honglu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know exactly how she can understand Dante, but I don't think we've got the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. So, are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anywhere else to go, right? Oh, and Miss Rabbit here will be tagging along too. She said she'd help us find our way back. I'm glad to be working with you two also, Miss Ishmael, Mr. Honglu. Took the words right out of my mouth. You've already helped us plenty, and you clearly know a lot more about this place than we do. The journey is long. Perhaps embarking on it ere the sun's fall would be wise. How long's the journey? No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. I do know that it's not very far, though. We just need to walk along the coastline for a bit. So we do, in fact, have a clock with us. Scotty quietly points in my direction. Oh, Dante can't tell us the time because they're not on time. Then why the clock head? I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped head. I looked away from Scotty's inquisitive eyes, which were quite solidly fixed on my head. The coasts of Iberia are hardly good places for people to live. Those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that meet the ocean. So how did people manage to build a village at a place like this? The monsters are called Seaborn, or Sea Terrors, yes? While it is true that they pose certain difficulties, they were hardly the kind of monsters with the strength to bring scourge and drive out the local populace. Don't judge them based on that brief skirmish. She's just telling us to be on our guard, right? Scotty can be a bit curt, but she's not a bad person. I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out there. Scotty's concern only served to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village. Dante also isn't even a normal clock, if the lack of any numbers was an indicator, you blind fuck! Oh hey, they play the Arknights finishing theme. That's cool.
오늘은 제사비로 손해를 메울 필요가 없네요.
That's neat. I really like that. Village of Dead Lights. I looked into his dead lights. This hardly looks like a village. It's more like the ruins of one, isn't it? It doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeep to the place. Not in a while, at least. They're really here, living together. The strange buildings tell the stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it, I see a running sign marked with the name Faro Muerto. That'd be cursed with a 15-minute long reading session per node. I'm okay with it. This event is cool, and I would like to know the lore. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of long, silent abandonment. We don't see these kinds of abandoned-looking ruins often in the city either. Well, yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on that free real estate. It's free real estate. Be it a syndicate or a corporation, and fix it up. Better than this, at least. So, where are the sinners? Ah, there's a clearing down there where... Oh my god, here we go. Hold on. We were entrapped betwixt a twain of great ships narrowing winds against our sail. Oh. And that is when young Ishmael boomed, her command most resonant. Say no more. I didn't even have to try to search for them. That unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice when she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop a low podium like an actor on a stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of our adventures like a traveling thespian. Don't speak of that, Don. You may summon Coupon Man. He would get us here. He would find a way to get us here. Answers, ye dogs! Oarsmen! 'Tis the moment I, Ishmael, the first mate of vessel Mephistopheles, shall never... Ah! Stop. Hold on. Just what do you think you're doing? Young Ishmael, unhand my mouth, for I was just about to regale him with the most fantastic tale of adventures at the great Manager Esquire! Verily, thou hast returned with Manager Esquire safely in tow! What? They found a clockhead? A burning clock for a head? When I was a child, I heard a story about a legendary sarcas with a flaming head. Why would someone like that visit our humble village? While their exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some, there is no cause for alarm. Yeah, they might look like that, but they're Dante, our manager, and the rest are... I saw you assholes go into that L-Corp branch. Where the hell was that thing and where are we? Also my hair coupons. Ricardo of the Wild Hunt. Limbus out in the Arknights sea, fighting Seaborn when suddenly, did you really think you could escape to another world to avoid retribution? These people look worse than the rats. These people are probably worse off than rats. Rats at least live in, like, infrastructure. It's not good infrastructure. It's bad. It's rough. But, like, at least they're not, you know, living in ruins. Well, more often than not, the rats are probably also living in ruins, but, like... No, I'd say it's about equal. It depends on the rats. Yeah, the rats can at least go and murder someone and steal their organs for money. To go pay for some stuff. I'm sorry, who are you two? They're two very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amia, leader of Rhodes Island. And this is Miss Scotty, their operator. They'll be coming along with us for a little while. Eh? With us? We believe that the dimensional door, which we at Rhodes Island are investigating, has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Iberia. I'm just saying, if they ever wanted me to, like, permanently be into Arknights, they would have had a crossover the other way. Give me playable Limbus characters in Arknights, and my soul is yours. She is very small. As Ami was bringing the sinners up to speed. The villagers who were staring at us curiously approached us. Did our conversation manage to convince them that we're not a threat? I sure hope so. Ah, you are friends of our saviors. Saviors? God damn it. I always have to lead away from the mic when Donkey starts talking. Verily, 'tis quite the grand title. Yet that is indeed the word by which we address. To be more precise, the saviors they are referring. To be more precise, by saviors they are only referring to Faust and Audas. Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very, very subtle smiling arc. So I'm guessing something did happen. They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. What business do outsiders have here? What if they're from the Inquisition? Oh no, what do we do? After all we went through to get here. Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lamps. But let's first try to see who they are. Man, I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon. Oh, she's smoking again. You know what that means? They're all old curmudgeons. Let's STNC then PTSD. You can't do that, Ryoshu. We can't pillage their storage depots. Looks like they already have it hard enough as it is. I don't think STNC is a good way to get started either. Should we just find help elsewhere? Just look at how thin their arms are. I don't think they're in any shape to help us out. Perhaps we could inquire as to our whereabouts ere we are to decide our lodging. Well, the landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corps. But I don't recall seeing or learning about any place that looks like this, though I can't say I've been to every corner of U-Corp. I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. We can't have that! Hi, we're from Limbus Company. We're fixers of justice! Yeah, that. Fixers of Oi, don't you know when to keep it down? How would the head react to a different universe? I don't quite know. They might already be aware, and that scares me. Fixers? That over there, it's a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? All these construction materials seem to suggest so. Chief! This does not concern you. It's not something a mere outsider can understand. Curious. I've never seen an energy source like this before. Have you run the test to rule out any stability issues? It seems to power the heat exchanger via some method comparable to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? The general design structure is somewhat old-fashioned, but there certainly are inspired parts to this design, particularly with the usage of the energy core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, this technology seems to be incredibly energy efficient. Fixtures of Joe Baba, D's nuts. I'll leave. You identified all that merely by glancing at this blueprint. You must be the village chief, then. If so, I have a proposition for you. In return for assisting in their ship repair, we were promised a ride on their vessel. Miss Faust has theorized that perhaps by going out to sea, we may be able to find a way to return to whence we came. Does that mean we could find a way back somewhere out there in the sea? Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. A hunch? Sensing the implicit omen in her choice of words, I slowly turned around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. If we're really in a different world, even her Gesellschaft has to be. No issues were encountered in the repair process. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around, then pulls me in by my hems. She whispers in a low voice, "My connection to the Discord is currently operating at a suboptimal level, Dante." So it's still connected, at least. Indeed, it is. However, even exchanges of simple information are taking up to dozens of hours by current calculation. Is this a warp train situation? Because we're in a different dimension? The cause should be identical. We have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close this time, unlike the situation back aboard the warp train. So to get back to where we came from, indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution. And from that you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to the sea. Yes, well, I am also a genius after all. Amia conjectured that we probably came through a dimensional door of sorts. Looks like that dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for. With high likelihood, yes. At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little. Oh, speaking of which, when do you think you can wrap up the repair job? As fortune should have it, a majority of the most time-consuming parts of the repair have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get its core parts shipshape again, Executive Manager. We'll be staying here a few more days then. How did you manage last night? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy by busy looking for you this whole time. We took turns helping with the repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us got a proper night's rest. Still, we weren't cold thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us all night. Not to mention how they helped us a ton with that local map they drew us. Oh, also, Chief handed us this earlier. What's it for? Looks like a sack to collect water. Give it here, I know how to get that installed. It must be to repay Miss Faust and Miss Aldous' efforts at repairing their ship, yet the service they provide us is certainly quite generous, even when taking the transactional nature into account. They're really giving us the best treatment they can, huh? As for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and bread Rhodia keeps in her pockets. Didn't want to eat into their food supply when they're already pretty tight, you know? She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people. They did offer us some nosh, those dried fish things, but we refused. I ain't about taking food from the needy. No need to concern yourselves so much with our hospitality. You have done more than enough to earn your keep. I turned around to look at the source of that low, rumbling voice and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself among the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay the night? We do have places to shelter from the misty humidity at the very least. There is an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night. Oh, are you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself. Hey, speak for yourself! I've been looking forward to sleeping with a roof over my head since like yesterday. You'll catch cold sleeping in the elements in this environment. Just fine by me for the rest of you, but we cannot afford to have the executive manager or our honored guests suffer that fate. Honored guests? I heard what happened from the four who left in search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. I hear that you are a leader in a pharmaceutical company. This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy in case our stay becomes significantly prolonged. Ha ha! I'm just surprised by her boldness to say something so materialistic when they're standing right there. Can I stay in your village too, Chief? The village chief took a brief glance at the hems on her right wrist, and then nodded. Welcome to Faro Muerto. You are welcome to stay for as long as you want. And please, do let me know if you find yourselves without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who help repair the vessel. Ooh, you better not go back on your word later. I wonder what kind of local delicacies await. Dried fish like they were eating earlier, maybe? Hey, Chief. What is it? Just how are you surviving out here by the sea? Perhaps the question of how we are surviving may be somewhat misdirected. But we are only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. The Chief responds to Scotty's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left. I'm going. Can't learn much more from here. Huh? Huh? You're going somewhere at this hour? Scotty, does this have something to do with the coast? I remember what you said before we got to the village. Something about how coasts are hardly good places to live in. Dante wants to know if this is something to do with the coast. Do you understand the Aegir language? Aegir language? No? Dante, Scotty just spoke in Aegirian. I couldn't understand a word of what Scotty and the Chief's conversation. Because I don't speak Aegirian. It may only be that there were enough lexical similarity between one of the city's languages and the language Scotty spoke in for them to comprehend the meeting. Weird coincidence. Anyway, I have some things to look into, something you're all too slow to see. You still have to tell us about it later. Please remember that you're not on a solo mission, Scotty. This is a team effort from Rhode Island. Will do. Scotty nodded lightly before leaping off into the night, out of our sights. I'm kind of worried. She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Shouldn't we head inside? The sun's starting to set already. Oh yeah, we could probably just pick an unlit building and stay the night there, right? Suspiciously stuffed pocket-shaped rodeo. We out of cookies. Ken and Dante can understand chicken and fish. Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way into a nearby unoccupied building. Yeah, for those who are unaware of Scotty and Arknights, she's like at least grade 1 fixer level. Like, she's scary. Write that down, write that down, write that down! LCPC3. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough for to house all 15 or so of us. When will our sinners learn how to fly by jumping? Very soon. Okay, now we're ready. With the curtains on the window removed, the smoke has an exit. Whoa, I thought we were doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that'd work. We just have to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire. The downside being all the smoke. It's clear that she has some field expertise, unlike some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone! Bequeath me upon me thine ingredients, young Rodion, for I shall conjure thee a pot of special fixer soup! You're making soup with cookies and jelly? No, 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 you are not getting anywhere near the kitchen again, not after what you cooked up last time. Well, I must admit to a certain level of interest, as many of our fellows' viscera are oft wrecked with intense agony upon ingesting dishes of your making. Perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. Right. Don't you remember? We agreed to leave cooking to Mur or Odie if we're ever in a situation like this. Remember? Did we? See, I think it's become a sort of unspoken rule after everything that happened. Remember? Back during last year's cooking contest at K-Corp, there were only 2 people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Oh, does that mean we'll get to try Otis's cooking once again? Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. I'm glad to see that everyone's still energetic, given the circumstances. It can't be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we're all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleagues, Amia? She shook her head, concerned. They might have lost their comms devices, or maybe they ran into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. The doctor called Sit. They're both more than capable enough to look after themselves. Long have this curiosity lingered within me. Thus, allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet the activities of your corporation resemble those of charity organizations as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is there aught that might explicate this blurred distinction? I'm amazed that the city has the concept of a charity organization, personally. Aha, I wanted to know too. How come a pharmaceutical company like Rhodes Island is helping people? Something about what Hong Lu said brings back unpleasant memories. The horrible experiments seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering, the embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Hong Lu's fathoms. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit it can provide. There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes you. It spreads deeper and deeper into the infected's internal organs, eventually culminating in their death. It's called oropathy. Amia showed me the back of her right hand, dotted with what appeared to be obsidian crystallizations. Its appearance reminded me of the bio-treatments from the back streets. There was something more to it, something more restless, more sinister. It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recovery. Roland is here to fight oropathy! Don't worry! The Black Silence is here to cure your disease! He's gonna kill Argalia!
Nan.
None! Thank you very much, General Garchomp. Sub is, as always, very appreciated. What do you mean Argalia is behind this, too? Roland healthcare is the same as his therapy. Copious violence. Indeed. This, that lends an interesting credence to a theory that I've had with Arknights, so don't, if you're familiar with Arknights, please, for the love of God, don't tell me if I'm right or not. I'm out here. I am literally, like, so far behind in Arknights' main story, so I don't know shit. I plan on catching up, because I feel like that would be fun. But they mention here that there is something more sinister and restless about oropathy. I'm pretty sure there's a certain degree of, like, sentience to oropathy, or originium itself. I don't know if that's the case, but that's kind of the implication I've been getting by just, like, vague wording. I'm only familiar with the Seaborn because of the event. Yeah, we may go back and play through some of the events that are more, like... we're gonna go and play through a lot of Arknights while we're waiting for new Limbus Company stuff to show up. I don't know. I feel like this event has really like reinvigorated me to go and do Arknight stuff. Oh, are you not current? Very much so. I stopped at like, it's the Patriot chapter, I'm pretty sure. The chapter where like they go to I think they go back to Kernabog or something. It's the one post Ice Lady dying. Which means I think I'm behind the anime at this point, which is really funny. Yeah, I'm at like 7 out of 15 because there's one specific reason this came out specifically now. Oh, is it gonna spoil me? Uh-oh. I'm also excited for Enfield. Enfield is the other thing I really can't wait for. But there's an even worse problem. Pray tell, what could possibly worse than an incurable deadly disease? While it varies region by region, discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. Yisong began with a dark expression. Some are quarantined in places with terrible, inhumane conditions, and there have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but is this oropathy highly contagious? No, there have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact as long as the subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystal growths on their body decay and turn to dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague. Oh, that might have something to do with turn to dust. Calcit's event is called Walk in the Dust. I think I played through that and skipped all the cutscenes. I need to go, like, click through that one. Then, barring environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity of the infected in daily life seems to pose hardly any risk. So what's the problem then? They're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. No, unfortunately amputation doesn't work because it gets into the bloodstream. The crystallization is merely a later stage thing. Oropathy is in your blood. You are cooked if you get infected. Put it in the most vague posting terms possible. Something about the egos referenced something in Chapter 15, which released 3 days before the PV trailer that showcased that reference. Ah! Oh boy. It's probably the giant hole in the sky, I would imagine. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. Then Rhode Island's goal has to be, yes, it is important to develop a cure for oropathy, but I think what really matters is that we change the circumstances for the better for the infected. That's not going to be an easy endeavor, though that is what gives your effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Amiya. I really do. For truth! The city, this world. We both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world did you come from? This city. What kind of place is the city anyway? The kind of place with too many pointless rules. The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much, you see something even worse. Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. The sinners seemed to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. The kind of place where good deeds rarely ever go unpunished. Where sympathy's a good attitude to have if you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shithole. It's an irrational place, full of absurdities. Absurdity is an omnipresence. Therefore, it is not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. We can at least grouse about them, though. I mean, it's the only thing we can do. This is what I mean by, like, while these guys are certainly in a different situation than the rats in the city overall is, in my opinion, a much worse place to live than Terra. Terra at least has places that are nice. Everywhere in the city is hell in its own specific way. And also it lines up with Cian getting made outfit called Sid, so that's also a thing, apparently. Neat. It would be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining. You did say something like that last time. Just as the moon was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote's shout shattered through the awkwardness. Verily, nary a day goeth by untarnished by villains and their fell deeds. Yet worry not, for where evil rises, so doth fixers of justice too. Don Quixote jumped from her seat with and passionately shook her fist. which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebbles tumbling down. Don Quixote, watch out! Whoa! Thanks for making that abundantly known. I would have spoiled that. Okay, thank you, Dragon. Yeah, I'm way far behind in Arknights. If I get spoiled in this event, c'est la vie. It's like that. But I would really like to go through the story for Arknights. I want to stream more frequently, so I'm gonna probably make some time during either like nighttime or certain periods. I want to find time to stream more of Arknight's story. However, I will advise chat to be very nice while I'm playing Arknights, because I'm not great at the game, and people get very bitchy in Arknights chats. Oh my god. And that can adversely affect my mental, which was why I stopped streaming Arknights in the first place. Also, child. It's the kind of reference where you wouldn't be able to point it out because it's weaved into Limbus expertly. Oh, shit, cool. And from behind the wall, she accidentally broke down. An unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. How farest thou? Farest thy foot? You gotta apologize first. Last seemed a tad too hyper today. Apologies, for I hardly expected the wall to crumble with such ease. Art thou unhurt? Any injuries? I was there when you did your last one thing. Did get a bit out of hand on chat's end. Oh yeah. As bitchy as Ruina, much more bitchy than Ruina. I finished Ruina. People get weird in Ruina streams, but like in Arknights, oh my god. Streamer, why aren't you using the optimal strategy? Streamer, why are you using this broken character? Streamer, why are you having trouble with this? Just use X. Streamer, oh my god. It's agony. Like, oh my god, like, they're good. That's not to say that all Arknights chatters are bad, but like, there is a solid through line of Arknights chatters that just do not know how to not backseat. Oh my god. Streamer, why are you breathing? Two? Two? Pray tell, to what? Forget the apology. I just want to know what happens next. The Fixers of Justice rose up to do what? Hast thou come to hear the tale of the Fixers? I don't know about coming to us, given how Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down. Ahem! Oh, is it too late an hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you want to sleep. Nay! Not at all! 'Tis quite early an hour for tales, in fact. For thee, seat thyself here! You ungovernable fool. Calm down. We don't even know who she is. And don't you forget to share those fixer tales over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Thou makest a request most untenable. These tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear those kinds of stories, but we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Name's Mayers. I'm... how should I put this? Did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my Gramps. Oh, that nice guy? So he had a granddaughter. Yet, I have not seen you once, Miss Mayers, under the sun. Oh my, you're right. I thought the villagers were completely drained of any young blood. Dawn is as tall as a child. Yes, and as tall as Amia. Oh my god, streamer, you're not inserted entire guide in gameplay strategy. Like Rhodia said, while we didn't see Mayers out there, there wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. You're telling me. Gramps was worrying over nothing and told me to stay put inside. Going on and on about the dangers that the outsiders pose and everything. It seems that they do not give full faith to their saviors. There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust with your life. Though, I would like to know why. My, so there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village? No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village at all. If that's the case, I can understand why he'd be overprotective. Anyways, it's our turn. We are... I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea. You did? Huh? Pray, how didst thou hear us? Via a listening device, most secret upon our chamber? Mayers tapped a side of the wall, the part she was still standing, the part of it that was still standing anyway, and smiled ironically. Bad soundproofing. I could hear pretty much everything, Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically sang during the day. Verily, I see. I think you could really do with some sense of embarrassment for once. Well, I guess that's good enough for self-introduction, so... Care to regale me with the tale of fixers who bring justice to the evils of the city? Indubitably! Then, aha! This shall do! I shall regale thee with the tale in which the legendary fixer, the arch-magnificence herself, the Red Mist hath... Oh, hey, Red Mist reference. I suppose I killed any hope for a good night's sleep. But, don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay no matter how noisy things are? What? Do you take me for some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's noise all over. I'd say bear in hibernation is a pretty apt descriptor. Hey, it's just like my boyfriend. I'd also describe my boyfriend as bear in hibernation. For all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed off before any of us did. Yeah, that is my boyfriend. Holy shit. We were hanging out downstairs because he was not feeling good. Just watching some TV. We watched both the Haunted Mansion movies. I had the first one on while I was cooking, and then I turned on the Eddie Murphy one later just for fun. And I literally looked over at him, and he went, I saw him go, he stayed like that for maybe like 10-15 minutes, and then he was just, oh, hey, what's going on? I was like, he had that instant fall asleep, instant wake up, turbo nap. Crazy. Crazy. This is referencing to the fact that the next wall will be, holy fuck, is that the Red Mist? Kim Ji-hoon looking at all the Color Fixer fan art. I think I know what we can do to print money. Throws Heathcliff Roland, Ish Black Silence, and Red Mist Dawn. Be fucking crazy. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Merceau had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, while Faust laid claim to one of the few available cloth seats as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixer of the Zwei Association's first section... Though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? Oh! I guess it's okay, since Mayor seems to be having fun. As I continued to watch the pair with some mild concern, Amiya, not yet asleep, approached me. This city Miss Don Quixote speaks of seems to be teeming with fixers of justice and exhilarating tales of adventures. Did you actually experience all of them yourselves? No, of course not. Don Quixote's stories are actually are usually those of other famous people. But she's telling with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retellings of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertainly, thinking back to the days we were made to watch back in La Mancha land. Well, I think all those stories, even though they're only partially true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. Personally, say Note 11 would be a good place to end a first stream off on. Gotcha, understandable. We will be continuing tomorrow, by the way. If we do not finish this in one day, we are finishing this tomorrow. One day, Kim Ji-hoon will make a new prank idea for Limbus, which is playing as M-Corp, but they're Limbus Company members instead of, and doing Kanto 1. I think it's just everyone involved with him going, what the fuck? We wouldn't need fixers of justice to begin with if we really lived in a just world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without having someone to force it. That's true. I hope there will come a day when Rhodes Island could be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future. I hope that is what Rhodes Island is. I hope Rhodes Island is a little more than like a nice footnote at the end of in Enfield. Something wrong? No, I just thought that Miss Mayers and I made eye contact. Did she overhear a conversation? I looked to her direction as well, but all I saw was Mayers excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. Whoa, what happened then? Thus spoke Lady Audis boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. Thou presumest to stand in our pass, servants of a master most unworthy? I, Audis, shall educate ye on how manner maketh. Don Quixote was now retelling the stories of Limbus Company's adventures on Hong Yuan, and Audis, who could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional alterations of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted, "Damn it, what kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that." Ahem. Verily, certain aspects of this retelling may have been exaggerated. That's Tales of Adventure for you. Things are bound to get a bit dry when a story is told too realistically and as is, right? You know nothing. Not even anything resembling a proper record or a book remained once the profound silence swept through this village. So I've always had a craving for these kinds of stories. But Iberians doesn't stop Iberians from emigrating, contrary to their tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge to cross the border, especially since we're going to have to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? Profound silence? Ugh. That's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. Sorry, but what kind of organization is this Inquisition? Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition, and that people fled from it. Yeah, the Nagel and Hammer we saw back in Kal are the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. According to Dr. Kaltzit, the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum once Iberia fell into chaos. That its inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Iberia's cities from lawlessness. By profound, do you mean black? That alone kind of makes them sound like good people, though. Yeah, they are, but there's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisition will go to whatever lengths to deal with incidents related to the church that worships Seaborns. Why? An organization that worships those monsters? It seems that cultist fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. See, the Seaborns are the ones that messed Iberia up, so following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who even seems to be remotely connected to them. Are you saying that Iberia is like this because of the Seaborn? Those things from earlier? I guess they were kind of troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong. Anyway, it's just what I heard from Gramps, but the Inquisition executed many innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. For those who proclaim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy. It seems like a reasonable policy decision to me, but it must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of civilians. Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. If we ever by some wild twist fight Black Silence Roland, I'd love to see one of the sinners experience an entire Furioso in Limbus. 16 unbreakable coins. Fuck you, die. It would be cool to see a modern version of the Furiosa combo. And at that point, though, I feel like the skill would just be Clash Win, kill the fucking sinner. You must have had to endure such a long period of pain. To be able to say something like that with such composure. For Iberia, they are heroes who will bring the land back to its glory days. To Gramps, they were just oppressors making his life difficult. That's why we have all come here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze. Yet, wherefore hast thou decided to settle at a place that is so, run down? Indeed. Yeah, I know. But it's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. I just want Furiosa with the damage number appeal in real time. I don't care how much you have to increase the damage of it. I just want number porn. That's real. A new path? Well, it's getting late. Will you be repairing the ship tomorrow, too? This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we'll get another chance to do this tomorrow, too. After seeing Mayors to her own room, the other sinners, those of who were still up anyway, and I laid ourselves on the hard stone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. A mysterious world that is neither the city nor the outskirts. But it seemed that the lives its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. You're really gonna give me this as the load screen? Damn. Brutal. Okay, get some combat in the next one. I'm gonna pause for a moment and go get some food, as it is about 2:30 and I need something to munch on. I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, I have returned. Apologies for the wait. Took me a little bit of time to get... Oh, hold on one sec. Sorry, just needed to set a quick timer. Let's get this mic back up. The village of the dead light. Oh, that last one was Terra. Bip, we're back. Hello. I cannot wait for this game to get very silly with its numbers. Vessel Massas. Oh, I see. We're already going out to sea. I see. It's the CCC at the bottom of the deep blue CCC. God, it's hot in here. Clear within... Okay, so now we've got the whole squad back. Okay, hold on. Where is the... Yeah, we're gonna go with the vampires. The vampires. Who did we not have? We did not have Faust on here to be getting the command meltdown buff. We also might swap her to... Is there a bleed Faust? Important question. I don't know that there's... The jump scare. Yes, there is! Like, Yeah, I guess. Yes, we already have the... Oh, no, wait, you're right. Because we swapped to different lineups. So we need different setups for their ego. Thank you. I almost dismissed it out of hand, but you are correct indeed. I really need to get KK-ish to 55. Oh well, we'll survive. Yes, I know. My average level is not up to snuff, but we will be fine. It's so big. Ugh. Amazing. I didn't even know there were remaining vessels of this class in Iberia. Aha! I espy her name here. 'Tis called by the name Rebellion de las Masas. Speaks perfect Spanish. I tell no lies in my life. No matter what it is, I believe in the power and might of word. And word, thank you very much, will show them what it means to be La Mancha landed. Oh yeah, we never underestimate the power of the vampires. The cunty vampires will be winning today. Guaranteed. Croak has relayed a message to you, Word. Oh shit, has he? Your pools weren't as good as mine. Yes, my pools were quite ass, I'll be honest. Rebellion de las Masas. Revolt of the Masses, is it? A name very much mired in peculiarity indeed. Yeah, like, listen, bro. My rolls were bad. They were quite bad. I'm glad they went better for him, honestly. Honglu chimed in that he was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as the boat from his home, while Ishmael quickly jumped in to correct us about its size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it was still pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder's skiff. Well, to be fair, the Indigo Elder's skiff was like a 1x1 block. I kind of want to know what would Roland say at Seeing Dawn, though. Oh, yeah. I just realized that the Inquisition, in theory... It should be the Spanish Inquisition. Yeah, no, so it's essentially the Spanish Inquisition. Iberia is Spain. So in this case, they're dealing with, horrific sea monsters. I thought it was going to be somewhere around Mephi's size at most. Are you sure you can get the ship fixed in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs had been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts only concerns a few components within the vessel that the villagers could not repair, which shouldn't take us much time. Unless parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine, remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Despite Audis's confident declaration, I could not help but feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please be thorough about it, just in case. I'd rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience of the Great Lake was enough. Do not worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of this vessel, buoyancy gear, propellers, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. The repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles. They seem confident enough. It should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb up to the ship? Nope. No, there's a lift-like apparatus down here. It should take us up to the ship. Its stability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift. You're 100% certain, right? The boat is afloat right now, Dante. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon. Wouldn't that be nice? Or are you two just going to faff about down there? We're heading up now. No, we're going with you. In other words, Dante, this is an actually functional boat that follows safety regulations, unlike the slapped-together bullshit that we managed on Mephistopheles. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge, I was greeted by the extravagant interior that was as gaudy as its exterior. This isn't real gold, is it? Sure is shiny as heck in here. I've got butterflies in my stomach. Hey, yes. Aesthetically satisfying, she says. But too ostentatious, not quite my style. Our young Mephi is also quite the excellent vessel, yet imagine the adventures we could embark on aboard this vessel most lavishly decorated. As Faust and Audis were working on one of the control panels, Ishmael walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. This must have been an investigative or research vessel of sorts, but it does seem a bit extravagant for one of those, though. Look, coordinates. Updating in real time, it seems. The coordinates seem to have been set to somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe it points to a small islet. Nope, no islet there. Whoa! But blimey, lass, you sure know how to sneak up on people. Mayors? What? Did I actually surprise you? I did ask if you guys were going to come fix the boat today. Still, I didn't know you'd be here. Why are the coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as Aegir. Gramps' home. I see. Understood. What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the promise to repair the ship was sufficient to earn their trust and the title of saviors. What's she on about? Someone get translating. Consolidating and cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village and the statements from the village chief, alongside information garnered from the exchange with mayors, it is possible to gauge the significance of the ship's repair has to the local populace. Of course, while this may constitute a sequence of logical connections that pose a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend, to employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in more digestible language would constitute a pursuit of inefficiency. Lower the baton, I implore you. I shall explain it in full. I was wondering when Miss Smartass would start gabbing like that again. So what's she on about? Faust, we get you're insecure about not having your Wi-Fi connection. Relax, girl. Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. A brief observation of the village seemed to suggest that their subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of their daily sustenance consisted of dried food, most of them made for long-term storage purposes. Considering what Scotty said about how the coastal areas are full of danger, maybe those dried seafood aren't from around here either. Maybe it's food they packed when they first came to Faro Muerto? Some villagers were armed, yeah, and those sea terrors weren't exactly that formidable, but given the state the villagers are in, I doubt they'd have an easy time repelling those monsters. Indeed, and that brings us to the question of sustenance. Right, I guess I get what's going on here. The lass and her granddad are about to visit their hometown, and they're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed their villagers, or to convince them they're planning to use the fact that they're from the same neck of the woods. We'll see, I guess. Oh, so we're not just repairing their ship, we're repairing their food supply plan too. Huh? What's wrong? It's, well, the expressions were rather crude. Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The sitters stared at him with mild surprise. And I did too. What's with them annoying looks? Wait, are you swords? You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you? Heh, top-notch intuition. It's just that it's been a while since you've shown the side of yourself. I'm gonna take a punch real quick? Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition has always been excellent, and it often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Oi, get back here! Now with those fools out of the conversation, was he correct? Aldous looks away from the usual chaos and asks Mayers. Honestly, I'm surprised. He was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate, we won't last another year. But the Aegir will. I'm sure they'll welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome the others too? Unlike Mayers or Chief, they're not Aegir. I believe they will. Iberia suspects and hates the Aegir for no other reason than that we're from the sea, but our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. Prithee, might thou explain to us who the Aegir are? Yeah, right? God knows that fucking Arknights never really bothered to in the event. I had initially thought it to be a reference to a region, yet it also seems to refer to an affiliation of sorts. Maybe there's something like nest dwellers? Though I don't think I've heard of a nest that accepts backstreets people with open arms. Find it funny that we don't know the chief's name. Yeah, he's just chief. He's our guy. Or maybe they used to be for some rich folk? If they call them Nestoff's Aegir here, that does make the rabbit-eared lass. Then does that make that rabbit-eared lass Aegir too? Wait, in the world you came from, do they not distinguish between races? That is not entirely true. Delineation between races is a concept that does exist. Though we only saw them in the Fathoms, there were those terrifying things called the cuckoo spawns. However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans should be the only intelligent life forms in the city. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race, like my cultist ears. And I've got pointed ears because I'm an Aegir, though it's not a characteristic every Aegir shares. The closest idea to what they are discussing appears to be, Don Quixote seemed to be struggling to finish her sentence. Marcel stepped in to continue. By context clues in the manner of word usage, including the means of classification, the closest example in our world would be blood fiends. Similar external appearances to humans, different natures, comparable sapiens. It is of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that maketh coexistence with humans difficult. It may be that the Aegir are also... I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. Then wherefore are they made subjects of suspicion and hatred? That's... Well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to city folks like us. Think of feathers of fallen wings, kids born in the back streets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form differs, yet in its essence we find the thread. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the ways of our lives, despite finding ourselves in a different world with different rules, races, and humans, felt oddly discomforting. Ahem, the point is, you guys are doing a real solid by fixing up the ship. Let's move on from these gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cooler parts of this ship. This way. The ship tour may have to wait. The repairs are almost completed, but an issue has arisen. Issue? Wow, that's not reassuring at all. Multiple life forms identified ahead, assumed to be a sea terror horde. The ship's radar system seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday. Executive Manager, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it, are they the sea terrors you encountered? They look a bit different from yesterday, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but if our last experience tells us anything, we should be able to handle this. Amiya, please support us in battle like you did yesterday. Canst thou fight, young mares? I feel like I'm just gonna get in your way. Then, guys, find a place to keep mares as far from possible from the battle. And let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further. We do distinguish, because we are even more racist than you thought. Yeah, the change from are to should feels like implying that
나라면
that some sapient
인원들을 좀더
non-humans
후방에
might
배치하겠어.
exist in the city,
아니 뭔 전략 분석을 하고 있어? 응원하라고 쓰여 있는데.
which is very curious. All right. Pretty simple. Yeah, these were always the forward grunts of the Seaborn, rather than the status effect guys. Skill 1 on that motherfucker.
수감자가 되어도 훌륭하긴 하군. 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱
Well, as you can see, the vampires are doing their vampire thing. Usopp is doing that marksman thing.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
There's a dog barking.
기도.
Oh. No, the new seafarers. Yeah. They are in fact puppies.
준비하듯이 말하지 좀 마시라니까.
You think they had to let us keep the boat? I don't think they had to let us keep anything.
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이
이 혈투를
저
승리로
어둡고
이끌.
악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지?
We are still on trash mobs. These guys are in fact the trashiest trash mobs. They were trash mobs even in fucking Arknights. We are at the point where we can probably get away with just pressing auto win.
다리우스 소통열 80.
Give it to Ricardo, the boat, might make him forget us for the hair coupons. Probably would fuck with it.
그래. 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
Yeah, we're kind of killing them all. I may just win rate these suckers. This is why we play hard difficulty.
제압 효과가 굉장히 좋았어. 기록적인 피해량인 것 같아.
I really like the soundtrack for this.
지원을 같이 내. 그대로 무너져. 시원하네. 아슬만큼 돋궈주는 좋은 공격이었어.
약점을 잘 찌른 것 같네요.
이제야 회사가 정상으로
Alright, easy
돌아갔네.
Not even a
이번
hard
제압은
scrap.
끝이야. 너희들도 고생 많았어.
Sorry if I'm going a
스피리트,
little quiet.
너도.
I'm also eating.
언젠가 우리도 모든 게 끝날 때가
I'm
오면
taking
좋겠네.
incessant so that I can continue
그때가
with the gaming.
되면 휴식을 기다리며 고향의 노래를
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니
Small
다를
tide.
것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게
Is this just a combat one or is this
우리가
no?
이룰
This is
수
combat
있는
story.
유일한 꿈이니까.
Also, question. Okay, so we need 1,000 before we can get. This is also one that I didn't look at. Even in collabs, it's story, combat, combat, story. As you do.
이거 참 설레는구려.
It's fine, honestly. I like the format. 120% you should get it in Note 11. Got it.
너희는 잘해낼 거야.
Oh.
언제나 그랬듯이. 실패할 수도 있겠지.
Okay, this guy was actually scary. I'm really glad I played Solteria Novice. Okay. He has the unbreakable conversion. And he always does nervous impairment. Ew. Hello? This guy's kind of crazy. Hold on. When the standby state does not use attack skills until taking damage. When this unit takes damage while in standby state, enter combat ready state. I'm taking this damage this unit is begun. Attack skills. 3 nerve. Oh god. So if we can jump him, we can probably kill him. But he also slowly dies, so that's a good sign. Also, level 15, level 57, scary. Good, we're talking more about Nemesis Brand. Great, great. Yeah, at least it's not just gonna insta-give me like an Arknights. Jesus Christ. Yeah, don't like the Nemesis Brand buffs. Gonna delay starting it up. Okay, good. I'm glad that we're not gonna have to fight them a lot. And unfocused. They need to be a focused combat enemy.
예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
전투감도
사람을 영입해야 하는 건데.
이제
사무실
그
직원을 더
도통
널리
알아들을 수 없는
재정리해야
말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자.
Let's do some lust res real quick. By the way, you popped him. Did I? Oh, I think I did, yeah. Goddamn much focus. Jesus Christ.
그래도 완전히 아까 나르카라들을 기운들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시간
너희의
문제겠지?
무기로 이 혈투를 승리로
Fucking
이끌.
hell. Yeah, I forgot that the skill wraps around at the start. Son of a bitch. Oh, Jesus. This is gonna have Greg eat it.
대가리 딱 떼도. 다리우스 소통률 80.
저런 실력이 도시에 많아져야 될 텐데 말이야.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. Feels like the Seaborn are adapting to our tactics, and we have to adapt right back.
효력사. 좋아.
계속하면 되겠네.
Except for getting staggered, Scrublord.
창의적인 발상이군.
Uh-oh.
그래도 가급적 전투 중에 떠올리진 않았으면 좋겠는데.
Cool animation, at the very least. Goddamn. Hans.
병력을 제작해야 되는 실책을 세우는 것이 차선이다.
Oh, I hate this icon.
상담은 나중으로 하지. 지금은 그럴 여유가 없고.
Okay, that did also insert a man in our scabbard.
포기하게.
다류산 초평열 팔찌.
I know what I'm going to do. In the middle of combat, Gregor, when's a better time? Listen, sometimes you just need to juice up a little bit. Ah!
제압 효과가 굉장히 좋았어.
지원을 갖춘
기록적인 피해량인 것 같다.
그대로 무너져라. 너희의 무기는 이 혈투를 승리로
아까
이끌.
어떤 직원이
Alright, I think that was all the scary ones. Get them.
피해량이야. 잠깐.
And I also finished eating. Thank you for being patient while I munch, munch, munch.
다류산 초평열 팔찌.
Yeah, this has been fucking cool so far. I do find it really funny that people are talking about the Seaborn being unfun. Because honestly, yeah. Yes! Truly the Arknights experience.
그대로
이제야
무너져.
회사가 정상으로 돌아갔네. 이번 제압은 끝이야.
I may go and
너희들도
grab
고생 많았어.
the Amiya
티트리트,
announcer pack.
너도.
Just because
언젠가
do wanna give-
우리도
I do want to give PM some money for this. Just to encourage them to do more collabs in the future. 2,500 paid lunacy, I can get there, that's not that much. The remaining entities have all returned to the sea. Is everyone okay? It was just like our last skirmish. Sea terrors that had surrounded the ship returned to sea even before the battle came to an end. And the retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to just be running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing peachy, but what about the ship? Fow, is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capabilities. Huh. So, I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong, of course, but I think I noticed how around the end of the battle, those monsters were starting to go after the manager. You're probably right, actually. I noticed too. At some point during our battle, those monsters realized that it's the manager who's commanding the rest of us. I sensed the very same. Their movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them? That ain't much of a question, ain't it? They must have all gone mental. I'm sure they have many reasons, but Seaborns are beings of infinite potential. So much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or a new element, they transform themselves into other Seaborn. Maybe that's their draw. But fascination may be an attitude most befitting a researcher, yet the transformation of fascination into idolatry is, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of whales. Then can they adapt to learn a language to communicate with us? What? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. Mayer's eyes went round at Honglu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard that there was a Seaborn who could talk. If non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testament to their intelligence, I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One, to communicate with humans. The other, to deceive humans. Dang it, how do the animals have better tactics than the unmanaged sinners? Like, good lord. The evolution thing the Seaborn have is so cool. I remember coolest moment in the Soltarian Navis event was when the dude killed so many Seaborn, they started evolving mid-fight. Yeah, no, the Seaborn are pretty fucking... Like, okay, as someone that has his grumbles and his criticisms of Arknights and its events and its writing style, the Seaborn are not one of them. The Seaborn are fucking terrifying and legitimately one of the cooler aspects of the setting. I really like it. Very, very big thumbs up. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are phenomena in which humans transform into monstrous forms, first observed after the White Knights and Dark Days incident. Therefore, the example is irrelevant to Aldous' supposition. White Knights and Dark Days? She whispered quietly. As we were standing rather close to her, we all caught onto the hint of the joy in her voice. The Pillar of Light in the city, did it really? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mayers? Oh, that's... Ain't it obvious? We've got the culprit right here. The storyteller lass who's been gabbing on with no end. Yeah, she's been talking nonstop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Oh? Yet I have not gotten that far. You again? How does she know? Dawn said that she hasn't gotten that far. Oh, Is that bitch here with us? Curious. I wonder if because, much like Faust's, much like Faust's Geschenschlaf is still able to get in here, maybe Carmen's in here too. You again? You didn't get so lost in your own stories that you blabbed all about our company's secrets, have you? Nay, fie! I would simply not! As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, Amia stared out toward the sea, wary that sea terrors might start crawling into the surface once again before turning toward us. I wonder which of the two the seaboards are. Their sense of self is really, really faint, so I don't think they'd be in either category. I think it's possible that they learned human language out of instinct, that the power of speech might help them survive. It appears that you, Miss Mayers, are quite the expert on the subject of seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear for one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you, by chance, worship the Seaborns? I don't worship Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival. Iberia Wi-Fi is just slow for the Guzzle Swap. The Guzzle Shaft? That's a fucking rancid name, oh my god. Miss Mayers, does that mean Seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so. Is that so? The repairs are complete. As we were conversing, Faust descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools borrowed from the village. Repairs completed. I'm guessing repairs are done? Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Set sail. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer it if we depart as soon as possible. We don't have a set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon at the earliest. Curious. Are we gonna fight a fucking Seaborn with an ego? The Seaborn evolved into learning how to hope. Now the Seaborn has distorted. Thank you, Carmen. That soon? As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far to sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. I could see the dimensional door's light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. Yeah, that would mean that all Seaboard can do that, which is terrifying. So, we can go back tonight. The first order of business is to relay this news to the villagers. Yeah, back to the village for now. Voice so majestic it transcends dimensions. I fucking hope not. Get the white woman out of my head. Yeah, I'm wondering if we get like a major lore slip in this. Not like slip, but like a hint. Oh no! I don't like that it's called the Inquisitor. I hope it's our chill Inquisitor friend. Just do an Ahab and be so insane that Carmen just ignores you. There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. When we returned to the village, ship repairs completed, we were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Who's that over there? Inquisitor. I think we've been found. Oh, hey, it is her. Never mind, we're good. It's our Dante Devil May Cry Inquisitor. The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and the lamp hanging from her waist sits in stark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackle village. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. So the Inquisition has discovered our village. Did you really think that you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? That's a naive dream. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charges of suspicion of membership within the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates in its fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw, what a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here, now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. They have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. They've disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded the gaze of Iberia, and found this sodden coast to lurk in. Telling me I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. I know nothing of AK and just assume at first she's a villain. No, she actually works for her, Rhodes Island. She's pretty chill. I actually like her. She's just doing her job at this point. What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right without a tenuous suspicion like that. You shouldn't. We only wish to live a quiet life, man. They did a good job of making Irene feel like a Limbus OC. Yeah, that's it. I was trying to remember her name. Apologies if I get names wrong. I'm just not great. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Mayers, was Chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with pirates, all he ever did was share Finbeast jerky to villagers. Or carry Aegirians between them. Even if you're telling the truth, Mayers, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. Well, what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Kaltsit told us that the words of Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. It is highly likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from, after all. Then it is decided. Alice quickly dragged me to the side and whispered outside Mayer's earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seemed to have picked it up, though. Executive Manager, we best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. What? Are you seriously suggesting that we just let him arrest the villagers? Didn't you hear what the Inquisitor said? It seems quite cut and dry to me. If this is just standard procedure with no local laws broken, we are in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that too. We can't do that. Even if it is standard procedure, even if they're working within the law, it's not... You should stand up to Mayor... You stayed up to hear Mayor's story too, didn't you? You know, the N-Corp Inquisitors were working within the law too when they came for the village. That was standard procedure too. If anyone had stepped in then... I know what you went through, but I'd still rather not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I will try my best to figure out how to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael to quickly learn its controls. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here, Otis. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we'll reach the dimensional door without any trouble. Do you know anything about the sea currents in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal sea somewhat. And you can't fight the Inquisitors directly here in Iberia. Fleeing with that ship might be the better option. What should we do, Dante? Yeah, I guess it's kind of awkward for us to just take the ship and go, huh? How about we try to talk to the Inquisitor then? I think we should at least try to hear them out first. Them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisition's support. Like Mr. Hung Lu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them. I agreed with them both. First, let's at least see what that Inquisitor has to say. You know, thinking on Otis in the original Odyssey, I fear how depressing that the dog will be. It's gonna be rough. Our future Kantos are going to be brutal. RRR seals when they start smoking cigarettes. Rabbit's right, she says. Are you certain that translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right? There's no way Ryoshu would choose anything other than violence, right? Idiots. It's because the other options are pointless. Inquisitor's seen us. We're already under suspicion. She will doubtlessly try to stop us if we flee now. So talk first, lower a guard, then attack. Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away. I was wondering what you were doing there, lurking in the background. A clock-shaped head. Are you from the Colombian Union? They're wearing a clock for a head due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Colombian Union. What's the Colombian Union? Tick-tock. What? Which language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain you don't know enough about these villagers to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? Buddy, don't just tell her that. 2 days! Alright, enough of this chicanery. Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground. Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I am Amia, leader of Rhodes Island. Yes, I'm aware of Iberia's closed border situation. I felt hope swelling within me as Amia began with confidence, unlike Sinclair. Alas, it was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are we dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, but we have illegal entry as well. We had to, because the issue demands urgency, and I've been briefed. Brazenly crossed the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent the issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisition is handling the Rhodes Island issue. Stay put and await the consequences while he and that chatty med doctor of yours talk it out. Do know that your treatment may depend on her negotiation skills. As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation and has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is an inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhumane? The decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to that highly suspicious Aegir. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against our laws. Chicanery is a very good word. I like that they chose that here. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen. They've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition, and that simply cannot make sense. Oi, I think I've heard enough from you. Ain't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? And now you roll up in here only to go, they shouldn't be alive, I'm arresting them all. What are you saying, these people should all be dead or something? I am. There's no other way to cut it. People shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this. Not for this long. Oh, that's true. We actually weren't aware of the length of time that they were here before. Do you know much about pirates? Not that I'm super aware of. I think I've only ever really been aware of like one pirate group in Arknights, and I think that was the guy who basically took over the Solitaria Navis, the big ship from the event. We'll see when we go back to Arknights one of these days. I'd like to replay through that event with more proper knowledge of stuff. The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. That's it. Last have you ever so much as touched the tip of a single villager's hair. Please calm yourself, Heathcliff. When Hong Lu stepped in between them. Get your bloody hands off me, I've had enough of her. Continuing to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff. What do you suggest, then? We're clearly not making any progress by trying to talk this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor. What do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean it literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of the calamity. But they look too healthy. I'm gonna go close the door real quick in just a sec. The heck? Then shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I am an Inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on a power high who goes around accosting and arresting civilians of Iberia straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, whatever way that may be, after a proper investigation. So stop it with this obstruction of justice. The Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Dante, Without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further antagonization of a local political authority. I agree with Faust. I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents, like Ismaeus told us about earlier. I don't think she's anything like the inquisitors of N-Corp we saw back at Kalblut. They were right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of an inquisitor who is clearly a rather significant political entity in the area was most likely a bad idea. It isn't the inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to instruct me, then, as the standoff was showing no signs of ending. Miss Mayers, I can answer your questions, so for now, let's do as the Inquisitor says. Mayers, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. Yet one of thy grandfather and the villagers! It's alright. I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. What do you mean you'll answer the questions? About the profound silence. Mayers' response to Aldous was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they call the calamity that destroyed Iberia. Oh boy, here we go. It's a fun one. I like this event a lot. This has been really good. It's a nice melding of the two styles.
총을 수지 타산에 맞게 한 발에 한 놈씩.
It is good to see Hong Lu actively taking a role. Sorry, taking a moment. Hong Lu has developed a sense of self. Yippee! Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't long before the Seaborns carried by the waves diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves, the profound silence then must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Is there any reason it's called the Profound Silence? It doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. The silence that then claimed our ships out at sea, the cities of Iberia, then the Iberians. No one could say a word in the face of the ineffable calamity. What? Just what are you? No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any of the information you're sharing. And the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretended to be Aegir from the sea, delude the citizenry of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in our lands. So that's why they're arresting the Aegir left and right. I can see the thought process, but... huh. So, it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante. This isn't good. Sharing that seems to have been some kind of a taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor wordlessly stared at Mayers. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but... she's afraid. There was fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no. It's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. The High Inquisitor once told me that, should I come across an Aegir who knows too much, there is a sliver of a chance that they may be of assistance to Iberia. Cease! Thou art threatening the innocent with thy brandishing of the firearm! But most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus they are, with little doubt, our foes. I've got a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way, outsider. Final warning. Run! Quick on the uptake as always, Rhodia slung Mayers over her shoulder and ran past the villagers. All the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor draws her firearm. And in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed towards the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Don Quixote? Thou shalt go no further! I, a fixer of justice, shed to abide by as thou persecute them. Forsooth, 'tis a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. In that moment of crisis, seconds before this could irrevocably make us a new enemy. Monster. Oh shit. A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster burst forth between the two of them. Gah, who is it this time? That's enough meaningless bickering. Dr. Kultsit! Do you know her? Yes, she's Dr. Kultsit, Rhodes Island Medical Department's... Ah, Dr. Kultsit, behind you! Shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment onward, Rhodes Island is now operating within legal capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. The Inquisitor fired a blast at that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Kultsit managed to deflect it. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building we stayed the night in before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated a building. Though their walls may be weaker than the head standard for what counts as a building's exterior wall, to punch through so many is... The city went actual fucking guns. What a precise point it makes. Now's not the time to stand around impressed. It is a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. We're not in the city. Don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. That is enough of that discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberating on a taboo the jurisdiction of which does not reach this far. Yeah, so the situation's gotten slightly better, right? If she's Amiya's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing too. The Second Amendment right is an insane concept to the city. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I am not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination ally might not be entirely correct. However, if I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you that the closest label would be that I am Inquisitor Irene's ally. Dr. Kultsit, Amiya, outsiders, as much as you would like to deny it, the Inquisitor's suspicions are true. While it can be said that the processes by which she reached that conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is without a doubt correct. So they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep? That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep. They are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is a dilapidated church of their congregation. Our village a church? Just look at our buildings. Where would we even congregate? Your thoughts, Faust? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. However, the fact that Amiya's colleague has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused defense into question. If you so much as dare to have something higher than 45, you're getting yourself dragged through 5 different realities and torn apart. Yup. Yet I can hardly believe that young Mayers is lying to us. Hold on, you've been chatting plenty with that Inquisition or whatever. How do we know you weren't aligned with him the whole time? I see, you really are all entirely in the dark. An expected outcome, given that you all may be far from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As fortune should have it, there is no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth unchanging, without the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon... I'm sorry, it seems that we've mired you in this trouble. Ah, say no such thing! We shall not abide by as one such injustice is perpetrated before our eyes. The village had already been identified by the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has even brought in an ally. It seems quite unlikely that words shall resolve this conflict. But we promise you, we will take responsibility for what is done. We have benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness not to do so. The village chief with a benevolent look pulls a dagger from his cloth, and I immediately knew what Kultsit was about to say. Take responsibility? You don't have to go that far. Blimey. We are now departing for the sea. Yet, as we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you to join us for this journey. Become our bloodkin. What are you doing? Stop! Okay. Mixed. Yeah, they kind of got me too. The unanticipated, or... So the key thing for me was the length of time that they've been here. If they hadn't been here for that long, they could have feasibly survived off of, like, food scraps and the like. But no, them being here for that long means that they've probably been eating seaborn. The unanticipated, or perhaps I was simply in denial of this rising dread, ambush did not end there. Damn it, the Inquisitor was right! I wanted to trust them, but I'd been getting Gene Stealer vibes. The villagers suddenly began shaking the sinners with weapons they had concealed in their clothes. And it seems that they were coming for me as well. Ah! Amiya, on your left! Amiya materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, parrying away the dagger flying in my direction. Salt just being like, damn, that sucks. Even if they were eating Seaborn, how could they escalate to keep up with the Seaborn? Yeah, it's definitely curious. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. The charging villager's back made a visceral, crunchy noise. Someone flung them away. Didn't mean to be this late. Scotty, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. This fishy smell was what I went to investigate earlier. What about the sinners? Unlike Amiya and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had a silver lining in that the Inquisitor and Kalsit Kalsit's quick understanding of the situation and the subsequent retaliation led the villagers away from the sinners. How? I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. What an odd thing to say. Why would we hold any animosity to you? Why would we intend to kill you? We are not trying to hurt you. We are simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. I apologize. For unfamiliarity has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make such a big stink about what happened. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And even if you are outsiders, any lives lost on Iberian soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know? We could shake off a stab wound like, this is most unfortunate, outsider. Huh? What? Your friends are either going to die or turn into Seaborns. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of sea terrors. Once that happens, most die. And survivors become overwritten by their cells, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. What? That's not a very big deal. Everyone was acting like this was it for the sinners, but hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they're fully transformed into Seaborns. The Golden Bow helped deal with the whale's palletification effects, and I had no idea how it would interact with Seaborn transformations. We should just kill them before they turn. I know this must be very hard for you, but what? Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? And preferably in the least painful way, you know? Oh, sorry, was that part kind of too much to ask? Oh, wait, don't give up already! If we bring them back to Rhodes Island, we should be able to do something to help them. How should I explain this? Guys, can you... Dante, I know what you mean, but I just can't right now. My strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. It's kind of tingly too, so maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail? Just trust me this one time, and I can assure you that I'm not just giving up on them. But, Amiya, can you understand the outsider's speech? Yes, it's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They wanted me to kill all their friends before they transform into Seaborns. Okay. And before we even knew it, Scotty had already decapitated the sinners, none of whom resisted. That's so fucking funny. Makes sense with that. They said dried fish things and they also offered it to the sinners. That's right, we never ate those. I fucking love that. These guys are like, oh yeah, I know this is probably not much of a concern if I'm being honest. Hey, can you guys kill my friends? What are you doing? Scotty? Don't let this spook you. This is just how we roll. The clock turns. The decapitated heads creep toward the headless torsos, connecting with the threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us going back in time, or are we defying the concept itself? This pain is multifold, worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep, crushing isolation. Their wounds are disappearing? Here comes one of the most fire art. Resurrection. metempsychosis or time reversal? Puzzling. I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. The cost seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds. But that seems too small a price to pay for such great power, though the discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later. I couldn't stop shaking. All of my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and ordered the sinners. I don't know what they were thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. Oh. That look on Don Quixote's face is so fucking cool. The graphic really goes to show how terrifying LCB frankly is to most everyone else. Yeah, being in another reality and seeing this shit happen must be horrifying. You don't see this level of gore and horror frequently in the out in fucking Terra. But the city is pretty common. We should be able to find out once we take them down. You dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life? Prepare thyself, for thou shalt now pay the price for making a mockery of justice. Yeah, we can't just let this slide, you know. How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins. Anyway, murder time. Yeah, human wave tactics, except the wave does not fucking stop. The wave stands back up.
오늘도 정의로운 날이 될 수 있도록 힘내자. 다 함께 아르카나 비.
Okay, these guys have a ripping slice. So increases based on... Dante just needs to train more so they can aura farm with the sinners as they revive everyone. Oh yeah? Lust skill on the steadfasts are important, as the hit system suggests. Gotcha. You mean they have a possibly endless way to use weapons and abilities perfectly suited to the enemy's weakness and can revive? I was half expecting Dawn to break character with that CG. Oh yeah. Well, guess what? She is.
어떤 말도 알 수 없어.
Kill SP, 3 SP for every surviving ally. Turn end if this unit did not take damage this turn, gain 2 haste. This is okay. And then on hit with an unopposed attack, start inflicting nervous impairment. And you said it was the steadfast, the lust one. Yeah. 1 C terror assimilation. Oh no. Don't like cell injection. Gain 1 stack at turn start. Gain 1 offense level down and 1 defense level down per stack. If an allied center has 5 stacks of this effect, it escapes battlefield. Oh no. An allied center has a defense skill equipped while it has this effect. They escape battle. Okay. So we definitely need to break those. Okay, we're also focusing now. That is really holding it together considering the environment she's in. Oh yeah. So he's just blocking right now. He's using environmental adaptation. Uh-oh. Final power +1 for every 6 sinking on target. Gain 50 shield. If this unit has remaining shield, gain 2 attack power up next turn. Gain 5 Sea Terror assimilation next turn. Instead of offense level down and defense level down, gains offense level up and defense level up. Okay, from Sea Terror assimilation, he is a Seaborn. This unit has remaining shield after being hit, inflict 2 sinking against the target. Yeah, they can just remove sinners from combat. 6 panic recovery. Does more damage from nervous impairment and also has the nervous nuke. What happens when you stab a blood fiend with a Seaborn knife? Nothing good, I would imagine. He has the fucking smoke reversal passive. Oh my god. You get Bloodborne. Oh no. I just picture Amiya dumbfounded Zingon turn into a fucking magical girl out of nowhere. Arcana beats! Shit fires a fucking laser at them like, oh my god. Our allies are literally insane. Holy shit. It's been a while. We haven't had we haven't let the Sinner's aura farm in a while. What in the name of arts is that shit? Arcana beats!
단순해서 좋군. 9번
Yeah, they are winning the fucking sanity race. Holy shit.
성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해주지.
Alright, he's starting to throw a move at us. Just a nervous impairment boost. Got it. Do we have anything stronger that we can throw in the way of it? I wanna... Cold to the Deep watching his Dawn summons a fucking arcane symbol and blast the entire front line into dust. Cold to the Deep standing there while Don Quixote carves a heart into the air, proceeds to fire a laser beam that obliterates the town. Yeah, they haven't encountered Ego yet either. Very silly. Very mindful, very demure. Yeah, it seems like Colt Man is just out here playing Captain Ishmael. This is cool. I like this fight. Weirder than Corrosion Soda Honglu. Yeah, we see plenty of weird shit in the city ourselves. Ooh, he is a tentacle man. Seaborn are inherently weird because they constantly adapt to shit. They're always going to be weird. We are fighting.
목숨줄만 붙어있군. 곧 끝장날 수 있을 것 같은데 소감자들로 효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지요, 단테.
Destruction of property is a fucking taboo. Yeah, gotta be careful with that one. Alright, we're starting to get dominating. Don't like the hopeless rolls. You can erase from reality if you do so much as chip a fucking wall. The city sucks. That inflict 2 paralyzed. We're struggling, but I believe. This fight kind of got hands, mostly just because of the sanity advantage they keep getting.
예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
Like we're not losing or anything, but.
제압 개체에게 맞는 정상적인 공격이야.
So fun fact, their offense level is so low that Pfeiffer's Grace counter cannot lose to most of the Moog skill. That's funny. Unfortunately, Cascade Bleed does not do much for us here. Yeah, we're watching the Blood Fiends start to eat. We just need a little bit of ramp up time.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지.
He's doing the thing.
제가 괜히
Hey, free sanity.
먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다.
Yeah, we're cooking off now. We're cooking off now. We're doing our thing.
적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
We bumped into a poorly maintained infrastructure that's cracked. Have I told you about Serum W? you have bumped into a poorly built system of infrastructure. Prepare to fucking die.
갑니다.
We might have won the sanity race, but we've caught up, and now we're drinking blood. I'm afraid it is much too late for you.
꿰뚫려라.
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
Yes, self-bleed. Yum, yum. Delicious.
이번에 네 피부에서
No! Song, we've been doing so good. Gregor Ego is just absolutely aura farming. Oh, 100%.
뭐야 이 수치는? 아까 어떤 직원이
Oh, he's starting to do some
제약
shit.
대체에 한 번에 입힌
Right
피해를
of liberation.
잠깐. 진짜? 왜 부서 팀장을 안 달아줬지?
So he's gonna be throwing some nerves impairment around. Some of us don't have any though. Some of us are almost certainly not fucking needing that.
홀려버려도 구해주지 않을 텐.
We're fine. I think most of us are actually lacking much in the way of nervous impairment at the moment. Killed him before the other guys and didn't get to see it. Ah. Ain't that the way of things sometimes? Fuck your flash manipulation. Die.
야의 고통.
Woe upon ye, unbreakable bind. How don't you adapt to these nuts? It is cool to be fighting stuff like this in a in the Limbus company format as opposed to the Arknights format. God bless tower defense, but I prefer action RPG. Thank you. Don't say that word. He'll be able to spin on it. Alright, Chad, what happens if you fuck a C tier?
같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
대가리 딱 떼도.
Oh yeah, Gregor does in fact just say no to the stagger. Yup. We are reaching silly levels of comedy.
어렵지 않지? 이미 관찰 기록에 있는 유형대로만 공격하면 되잖아. 관찰 기록을 잘 읽은 것 같네.
Oh, what's that light thing around Gregor? I don't know. Perhaps he has finished charging his fucking wah.
끝을 낼 시간.
He's aura farming. Someone stop him. Oh yeah, he's at 40. Get concept incinerated. Excuse me.
분명하네. 압도적인 사랑의 힘으로 아르카나들은 전부 정화될
Mine
거야.
aura farming has finished.
역시 내가 엄청 도움이 됐지?
Fucking. That's true, but I can't stop aura farming. My aura farming has ceased. Let us begin. Unbrilliant glory. Incandescence.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은.
Oh, he's sick as fuck. Oh, he's so cool. Yeah, that's That might be my new favorite ego. I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of sick as fuck.
그 검이
오늘도
길이
정말
있는지가
멋진
중요했군.
활약이었어.
마음에 들면
내일도
들었다.
꼭
솔직히 말해라.
Why are so
자요.
many people talking to me right now?
평화로워지는 것.
Wait, I think they're heading to... He's running himself into a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at sea? My laundry's done. We'll get up and change it after this node. Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel Massus. Wait, but we never told them the ship was repaired, so how... Ain't it obvious? The whole village is in on it. It ain't a surprise that they'd send someone to spy on us, or they know a way to get the ship floating even if it's in its broken state. Vessel Massus. Vessel Rebellion de las Masas. That ship is moored at a port in that direction. Wait, it can't be! Irene, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep who were hiding, who were in hiding, quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor with a horde of sea terrors between us and them. How can a vessel of such size become operational this fast? The exterior, the name, it must have been constructed during the golden age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rowed after them? Mate, come on. Seas full of sea terrors. It won't get very far before it sinks. Do you see something, Amia? You keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel Massa soon disappeared into the mist, and the village was left empty with nary a sign of people ever having been there, as though this getaway had been premeditated, leaving only Mayers. Interesting. Why is Mayers still here? Quite curious. All right, let me go move some stuff around, and then we will be back for more shenanigans. The voices have returned. Skibbity toiletries!
유일한 꿈이니까.
Woo, sorry about that. Had to go downstairs, move laundry around, go. Oh god, just lots of stuff. Done though, done though. I'm back. Welcome back to the main. I don't think my lunch is sitting too well with me here. Kind of getting my ass beat. Three-way agreement. Oh, that's right. We're just going. We're just going right back into it. Damn it, can't we just take any ship to go after it? It's a research vessel. It can't possibly be very fast. This will be difficult. Even if it is a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the golden age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any recourse? No, not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most eyes of Iberia, the lighthouses, were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, do you mean that there's some left? Just one as far as I know. That one, the one in Gran Faro, but that lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Really? Are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet young Scotty hath already confirmed her to be fit and safe. All I confirmed was that is whether she's a seaborn or not. Can't know if she's a cultist. 'Tis true, yet it's still wild to hear discussions of seaborn cultists, and then Don Quixote appears on screen. Once we saw that Mayers was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her within Irene's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, given Scotty's confirmation that she didn't have anything to do with those sea monsters. Besides, they'd all left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Aegir is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See, she can't even answer that question. Well, let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What did they say? Dante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. It seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternative solution to this conundrum? I missed that. No, but fine, let's hear it. I won't interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least not right now. Ferro Muerto, Dead Lighthouse. That's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off from the coastline, there's an intact Eye of Iberia on the sea, that was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Off the coastline? It's not connected to the land? I think it used to be, until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wooden material from the village to build a raft. Is it near enough for a raft to be the means of access? The weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you're going to trust the Aegir? I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that Iberian mistrust of the Aegir is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw the Rhodes Island operator? If you're talking about the cultist, nothing in particular, other than slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust. Not that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I have no history of feelings for or against the Aegir. She must be the same for the outsiders. What's she on about? She is conveying that in manners in regards to Mayors, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel Fabius commandeered will be of benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the Dimensional Door, while Rhodes Island will have the chance to study it at a closer proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. What? You're just going to hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we cover what was once Iberia's? Well, there certainly are aspects to that vessel that draw interest. I already have a state-of-the-art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in Mayers. We are in luck, Executive Manager. It is quite fortunate that our interests aligned exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered in a strange land. Luck is right. Imagine if we were back in the city. It would have taken them like 4 free distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement. Sorry about having to saddle you with this, Mayers. Please, lead us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. So when you say almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least it was when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in an inoperable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology it's based on is completely divorced from the popular application of Originium technology, so I doubt there's anyone out there who can work it anymore. Then, you needn't worry about that. Here we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even among those in the city, so we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Today is just revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus Company's skills. I can also work on the simpler tasks. I've learned a thing or two helping out Gramps. Stuff about the lighthouse or various tech stuff. Well, then, should we all head to the lighthouse together? No, I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Amiya will accompany you instead. What? After all that, you're just going to go off on your own? Yes, to join the Doctor. It is imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Amiya and Scotty remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. Wait, what do you mean, take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something out there that's taken over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? A likely supposition. Amiya, what did the manager of Limbus Company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there is a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approached it too closely. Normally, this is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but... Answer me this, are there any limitations to their revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do note that battle efficiency depreciates with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change the plan, then. Amiya, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you are able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck were to have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine, too. Then, let us commence mission Vessel Massas Retrieval. Righto, step 1 of the plan's the raft, right? Let's get on with it. It's done. Let's go. What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you? Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Aldous, for that charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Scotty, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. Good, we don't have to wait 3 nodes for it. Oh, gosh. Oh, my God. Whew, I needed some water. Whatever I ate is not agreeing with me. I can feel my energy levels dropping. Oh, no, it's fucker. Oh, boy, okay. Let's get ready. Girlies.
총은 수지 타산에 맞게 한 발에 한 놈씩.
Hey, remember those passives that haven't activated yet? Oh no, I remember. The funny, yeah, there's the brand. This needs to be alcohol. After a while of carefully sailing on Scotty's raft along the coastal cliffs, our gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia. Even in its dilapidated and ruined state, touches that are once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even called these lighthouses Guardians of Iberia. It retains the grandeur of the era, as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? It is as she said, but now these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the penal battalion. No one who's attempted to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Except you. Can you please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? We are literally about to walk into one. Ugh, don't you ever quit chirping. What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ear. Why is this one such a coward unlike the rest of you outsiders? I'm not a coward, I'm just voicing my... She did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged. However, from what is visible from the outside, its interior is still quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise, it should not take very long. Yi-Song suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. She said then said something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my wit remains unmarred even in such uncertainties. The currents are pretty wild. Someone's going to have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here and protect the ship. You sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe one or two people should stay behind just in case. No, don't need them. Sea terrors will swarm the island if I go with you anyway. So, this has nothing to do with you. So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone, which is why she is okay with staying behind alone. Huh. Thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra hoop, I guess. Well then, let's trust her. We'll be back, Scotty. Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was that the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues. Love how the Arknights characters look in the Project Moon style. Yeah, it's really good. This event so far has been very aesthetic, very cool. Reminds me of that L-Corp ranch back at U-Corp, though that one was white. I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so... Guys, can you pry open this door? Guys, can you pry open this door? Oi, move over. I'll pull from the right side, you grab the left end. We'll all pull at once. We'll all put together at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3! Huh? Something's off here. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it is torn. Perhaps you'll need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this open. Well, what now? This strange flesh tissue growing on the gates is sea terror. It reacts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Scotty might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but... Should I go fetch her? But, I think she's already fighting off the sea terrors from sinking the raft. So, we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card of ego that I could use to get through this. So which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view, then devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration. It's different from those sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of that day that I think of from time to time. It's not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless and black space in which I am not permitted to see. A faint noise, a whisper cuts through it. And through that opening, I see light. I reach out to the opening and see Scotty, born from a very, very warm gaze. Scotty? Powerful imagery crashes onto me like the waves. Scotty, the staggering dancer wielding a blade. Scotty, who flaunts her flowing locks. And Scotty, the singer, humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Scotty's existence has become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is... Dante, are you alright? I'm good, and I don't think we'll need to send for Scotty. Huh? What? Hey, Ishmael, I've never used this ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What? An ego? I nod quietly. Well, it's not like we ever got to have a practice run with those ego. Whatever it is, it seems to me our managers found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. She lets out carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once. I mean, what's the worst could happen? Get corroded?
한눈 팔지 마세요. 맹렬한 당신에게
Hell yeah!
반드시 밀려올 테니.
That's fucking sick. Huh? Cracks on the lighthouse are growing! I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, didn't think it'd be this strong. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, what was the part where you... What, the part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yes, that! That is... This is most fascinating. That an ego could be drawn here in lieu of the mirror of Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Amiya's subconscious mind. There was this strange, unfamiliar light, and I saw Amiya's emotions attached to her memories and experiences. So I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind? I just had this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first. But I didn't see anything other than things about Scotty. All I needed were memories and emotions that could be used to understand the being that is Scotty. It's okay. I also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Haven't seen that happen yet in Arknights. Maybe that's how you were able to draw something from me as well, Dante. That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principles is impossible. So that's called ego? Verily! Of course, Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego, which are bloomed from within oneself. That is enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. Yet it matters not whether young mayors and young Amiya learn of this. I agree with that fool this time. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrates the outer wall, several of them, in fact, of a building, and the head did not pursue her following that breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. Ain't it better to let her talk her heart out than to hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything? I am convinced. Do as you will, then. Faust's reply sounded almost sulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon ego to Irene and Mayers anyway. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, as the wet slithering noise from a distance had put everyone on edge. Can we do this later? We've got some cleaning up to do. So there were more sea terrors past the door. I think any sea terrors from the sea are all converging around Scotty. Which means our only roadblocks are sea terrors still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back. Do you feel it? The call of the wallet? I do. My wallet has already been burned.
임무 시작.
패턴을 파악하는 게 중요해. 집중 잃지 말라고.
Oh boy, is that the fucking... Wait a minute. Head of the Saint. Okay, good. They do have this. Oh, the Nethersea Founder. The Roomba's here! Poggies! On death, generates Nethersea brand and in the allied unit's territory next turn. On top of Nethersea brand, gain final power +1 and coin power +1 and double the amount of nervous impairment inflicted on hit. So don't kill it. Whatever we do. For the love of God, do not fucking hurt. Do not kill the goddamn Nethersea Founder. It will, in fact, stand back up and be a problem. Roomba! Woo! Don't kill the Founder, don't touch the Reaper. Yep. Yeah, this event will fucking kill you if you auto-resolve.
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이, 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어.
Victory's only just a matter of time now.
승리도 시간문제인지 피해내는 것 같다.
It's the dodging dude, the dude that dodges. clean up, clean up. Everybody beat their ass, clean up, leave their body in the trash. We use the 3 hits from paint over to... Can we... Okay, what the fuck is Hand of the Saint? This unit's speed is fixed to 1, spawns in an inactive state in battles that Netherseed Brand may appear. When Netherseed Brand appears on the battlefield, this unit becomes active and damageable. When this unit's HP drops to 1 from damage, trigger Hand of the Saint, and remove all Netherseed Brand from the battlefield. When this effect triggers, Hand of the Saint becomes inactive for the next turn. This unit takes damage only from skills mainly targeting this unit, and it takes no other damage. When it becomes inactive, it removes all effects from itself and goes back to max HP. So it only activates when the brand comes alive. Got it. Yeah, I'm gonna probably grab the announcer for this event as well. This has been really fun so far. And I'm down to spend a little bit of cash. Will this hit anyone else? We do not have 25 Living Thorn yet. Okay, I think we're fine. I really just don't want anything that gains attack weight. Oh lord, Satan is on the field. Yup. I love that the base move Seaborn just do not do anything for us. That fucking sea creature that I hate with all my heart. Yeah, we're throwing very life skill ones at the founder.
그래도 완전 좋은 판단이었던 건 사실이네요.
무기를 만드는 것만 내가 어보이보다
이때는 버스에서
They really
해고해야지
did decide to just make more. There's a part of me that wants to just jump the motherfucker, but gotta love the minus 0.5 to all sin resistance being the best part of the kit. Yup. No. We'll leave that one. This Blood Feed team has to be struggling on this field. Oh yeah, that's right, the water. They're fine. Don't worry too much about it. Shit, we popped the big guy. I thought I wasn't gonna spread to him. Alright, hell. Sancho is heaving as Dante is considering how to clash. Sancho. Listen, it's rough being a vampire out here right now. Bloodfeed's got it bad. Oh my god, how many fucking ads are there? Holy shit. I make it hard not to kill this guy. Thoughts on the Arknights collab? It's pretty good so far. I'm really enjoying it. Yeah, we need to get this motherfucker. The big guy is scaly. I don't like him. Sine Pikanomia. Jesus Christ. It'd be funny if Blood Fiends all had a -1 offense defense level passive in this collab. The ocean is scaly. These. I don't want to get in the way of that, but I also don't want to, you know. We've got enough scary abilities coming out that I'm not too afraid of. No shit, Wormy Dude is fucking, bro, why you gotta be like this? the 1 speed. Yeah, I'd rather have Dawn jump in the way of this one. This 5 is... That 5 speeder is not going to do much at the end of the day.
죄인인가?
Centipede Canoma. Do you ever feel your nerves impairment crawling on your back? Come on, you beat at least one of those. I don't want to kill you, fucker. My life for Lumen. Where is my man? Where is my boy? But yeah, so far it's been really good. The writing has been solid. The gameplay's been great. I really love the way that they have adapted the Seaborn into the Limbus Company combat engine. It's very neat. I like fighting these bosses and these enemies in the Limbus Company format rather than the Arknights format. The aneurysm is setting in. Me when I fight in the ocean. Hey, why is all of that not instantly fucking killing? Hello. Yeah, a lot more controllable. Yeah. Feels much more like I have significant impact on what is and isn't happening here. I like the continuous challenge of having to... Oh no, I saw it. We've got like fucking 25 dudes out here. It's rough. Wow. Hopefully this paint over just kills the fucker. Oop, stop. Yep. Nope, not quite. At least we get to make him into a new draft. Snip. Yeah, Seaborn out here putting the fucking sweepers to shame. Yeah, I spotted it earlier than the 20 fucking 5 enemies out here. I was gonna say, Greg, you got another skill 1 for that guy. They really want the sheer number of these guys really encourages you to use AoE, but also if you use AoE, you have a good chance of popping the dude who spreads the fucking the sea taint around. I just don't want to do that. It's beautifully evil design. I like it. It's very PM, very Project Moon. I suppose the sweepers weren't actually after the sinners as much as the sinners were a roadblock for their jobs. Yeah! We were just kind of there, unfortunately. Nope, Don! Shit. Might have been a little too enthusiastic there. Again, I used AoE. What a fool I am. Alright, how much more y'all got? These are the last dudes. Let's just fucking get them. Don Quixote, physically incapable of stopping the murder. That's a good AoE. Here you go. Yes, I see that. I see the Roomba. We should be able to wrap this up before it becomes a problem. Once again, having Barbara Otis fucks over Don's S2. The agenda must survive forever and always. Anyway, Yearning Miracala. Seaborn make for delicious feed for the flower. Hello, remaining Nether Sea Founder.
하루의 의뢰를 몇 건은 더 수행할 수
The
있게
concept of
되겠네요.
environmental stuff in fights, though, is definitely interesting. Love to see these passive beings implemented more and more. Oh, absolutely. What the fuck? No, we kill the last dude auto settings. Jesus Christ. Do you feel that PM is being experimental with this collab? Oh, 100%. I like it. I compare this to the Thorns concept from the Apple back in the day. I'm not gonna kill the Roomba. We're gonna get the Roomba another time.
나쁘지 않은 공격 방식이었어.
선배는 어머니 이쪽을 한눈에 알아보시는
자, 악당 퇴치 성공!
기본이지.
오늘도 정말 멋진 활약이었어. 내일도 꼭 불러주기야. 세상이 평화로워지는 건 기쁜 거야. 근데 내일도 지금처럼 조용하려나?
Oh, you haven't hit that option yet? Which oh yeah, the auto damage option. I hadn't pressed that yet. I like to do this. I like to do all my stuff, my fights like manually when I'm streaming. I'll auto stuff whenever I'm not streaming. Oh, there's the thing, and a weird thing over there. Yes, go ahead. Oh no, not the fucking, not the spewer, not fucker. The auto skip ending yap? No, I haven't yet.
불로 정화하고 깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
Yeah, people tend to go very long at the end of things.
선물을 잔뜩 만들 수 있을 것 같아.
Oh, fucker the second.
기쁘고 신나는 날이요.
Yeah, there's an option to turn off announcers stopping the end of the fight. Oh, that's funny. Attack skills designate the closest enemy as the main target and select sub-targets from the front. On top of Nether brand designates the furthest enemy as target and converts all coins to unbreakable coins. Jesus Christ. Alright, so we kill him first. Bitch ass, so we kill him first. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Incorrect. Don't want to swing on that motherfucker just yet. Give us a minute. Final power +2, coin power +2, unbreakable coins, and 3 AoE. What the fuck? I think these fuckers get their attacks off at all in the sinking and is the sinking and aneurysm deluge? Yes. We will be going. Did not get any resets, that's fine.
완전 과감한 판단이었어요.
중계하듯이 말하지 좀 마시라니까.
그래도
Kill
완전
the
좋은
fucking spewer.
판단이었던 건 사실이네요.
Death to the spewer.
효력사. 좋아.
계속
Oh
하면
damn, he
되겠네.
actually won. That's bad. That's really bad, actually. Yeah, I remember them just being able to shoot your entire fucking team from across the map with the brand. Yeah, these guys suck. Those maps were rough.
엄청나게
전투 감각 하나만큼
Your founder looks very silly when it attacks.
되어도 훌륭하긴 하군. 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수
I like the
말투를
notably I like the little detail that they do not have sanity.
자본주감자.
I know that's kind of common for like abnormalities and that kind of thing, but it's still neat. Blood bags don't have sanity, but blood fiends do. Yeah, exactly. Skizhin.
찾았나?
그래. 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니.
Vampires versus the ocean, like all of it.
도시에
Come on, we can't be losing these fucking clashes, guys.
악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면 승리도
Y'all did so good just last match. Like, come on.
40. 저는 개인적으로 만나.
Should be dead here.
예사롭지가 않은데?
Vampires versus the worst fucking thing that they can fight. Don't worry, they have a painter and a boob woman with them. Surely they will be fine. Alright, that's 5 down. Next batch of 5 fuckers. Bring him in. Bring in the rest of the sanity farm.
갑니다.
Yeah, they're bringing out the fucking entire ocean. It's the strength in numbers you gotta watch out for.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 할 건데. 차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋고.
I get these fights give instances that they're meant to overwhelm rather than be rapid quickly, but goddamn 25 enemies is painful. I like the vibe. It'll suck if the grind stage is like this. Basic enemy fight with 50 enemies, so bring your AoE.
아까 어떤 직원이
No, we don't have enough
제압
resources
개체의
for
한
it.
번에
We're
입힌
missing
피해량이야.
a
잠깐,
single red. Gotcha.
진짜? 왜 부서 팀장을 안 달아줬지?
Do we have 20 plus scissors? Or no, we do not. What's the attack rate on this fucker? Nothing? Please do not fuck me over, Vampire Altus. I would like to not get screwed. Alternatively, when PM decides to bring back 12 sinners on field at once. Yeah, the only reds are AoE, kind of. They're AoE with extra steps.
고귀하게.
Oh, we're definitely gonna get all 12 sinners on the field at some point. As soon as they can find a way to make the engine not fucking detonate when they do it.
해야 할 고통.
기도해라.
See, we're getting off without any AoE
이런 건
right now.
몽둥이가 약이지. 너 두드려 패.
Frank idea, what if we made a bunch of egos with like crazy attack weight and then made the fucking content that they're introduced in not want you to AoE anyone?
평소처럼
Isn't that a really fun
묵살을
idea?
좋게 같이 상황을 개선해
guys.
보시지.
It could be worse. That it most certainly could be.
점 찍었네.
There are many hypothetical teams that do worse in this CX chapter. Oh, 100%.
으타! 뭐가 치워라. 시원하네. 아, 술 맛을
That's the nice thing is we have 3 fucking squads that can actually deal with this.
내 피부.
I love having 3 teams that are actually leveled to go and do that are actually leveled to go do stuff. Shit, big guy woke up. Noted, kill him.
완성되었나?
Not the worst thing in the world. I was hoping to delay getting him woken up until we had a certain point, until we got late enough, but it's fine.
저기는 땅이 떨어졌네. 이제
The
우리를
solution
누가
to this
막겠는가?
problem is fucking killing him.
대가리 딱 떼도록.
I won't get into details, but Kanto 8 hates this chapter as a whole. That is an exaggeration. That does not surprise me. They've not necessarily made it so that in the past your your last major update group doesn't do well in the next one, but like that seems to be a trend. Maybe not a very big one, but it's certainly something to deal with every once in a while. Alright, there goes fucker. No, was that a small fucker? That was a small fucker. Yeah, big fucker staggered.
아까 어떤 직원이 제압
boy.
대체에 한 번에 입힌 피해량이야. 잠깐. 진짜? 왜 부서 팀장을 안 달아줬지?
We'll ink over him. That should take care of that problem. And then we'll lightly slap these two. Oh, that's unopposed. Shit. Paint over, I fucking guess? Where else do we swing? At this guy, I fucking guess?
산초류 경혈 온 라샹.
I guess that's how you balance the utterly absurd vibes that boss fight Hong Lu gives off. How do you deal with them? Oh, make them fucking hate AoE. Explode.
그간의 전투 경험 쓸모가 없진 않았고 딴데 적합한 조치였습니다.
Please do not kill fucker. If you kill fucker, things will get very bad very swiftly.
하나 눕혔네. 이렇게 눕혀가다 보면 어느새 끝나는 게 싸우는 거지.
The more extravagance the mechanics you have, the worse your team will perform in this chapter. It seems like it. God damn. 20 fucking 5 enemies. Okay, we're not at enough blades to make that AoE, hopefully. If it does go AoE, we'll be fine. We have ways to adapt. Which means my team idiots from Release to Well to Atmos Kanto 6 did extremely well. Yeah. 25 enemy wave. PM no. PM stop, please. My poor fucking sanity. Clean up. We're trying to avoid. Oh no! It is AoE, please! Otis! Shit.
이런 기술이 있으면 좀 배우고
Alright, kill the other one.
하루의 의뢰를 몇 건은 더 수행할 수 있게 되겠네요.
그 비율 그대로 술값 지출은 더 늘겠지만.
Fucking kill the other one, activate the Roomba. There we go, give us dominating. Here comes the brand. Oh no, it's here comes the brand. Help. I don't want to deal with the fucking brand.
또한 용서할 테니.
Okay, fucker is dead. So we need to
아까 어떤 직원이 제압 개체에 한 번에 입힌 피해량이야. 잠깐.
hit hand of the
진짜?
saint.
왜 부서 팀장을 안 달아줬지?
Yeah. do that one. There we go. Nothing else. Don't fight me on this. Oh no, wait, she's gonna wake fucker up! Oh god damn it, alright. Listen, my plan is not the best.
어떻게 한 거야? 야, 좀
Yeah, I'm glad that you have to directly target the Roomba to trigger it. Roomba activates the moment it gets killed. I see. Does it only do it the one time? Oh, can you just do that as many times as you need? Oh, if that's the case, that's a lot easier. Okay, you can't activate it 2 turns in a row. Got it. Still, that's a lot nicer than I thought. I thought it was a one-time deal. Beyond that, you were just kind of fucked. This one loves to roll heads on its counter. It almost always does it. Oh god. Watch me whip! Now watch me nay-nay. Hey, impairment procs, my favorite. Die. So if you say Roomba, then kill a founder later in the turn, the brand will be spread. Ugh, god, I hate it. They're yapping at me! They're yapping at me! The voices! Alright. One moment. I'm gonna tab back. I'm gonna open the menu.
그리 여유롭게 돌아가지 않는다네. 서부의 협회는 제법 긴 칠타임을 즐긴다고도 들었네만.
If I spoke the language, it would be different, but I do not. It's supposed to be what it feels like to corrode. So heads up, we will likely be ending after this one. I've been told 11 is a good ending spot, so we will be giving a break after this one, yeah? Because I've been going for a good almost 5 hours now. The boyfriend's almost home and I need to make dinner and just a whole bunch of stuff. Oh! The night. Oh shit, are we dealing with the night here? Is that happening?
이거 참 설레는구려.
That was the last note I cleaned. We'll have to leave here. Well, I will see you in the VOD in that case. There were more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous systems, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. No more minting. Behold the wind rate destroyer. Oh god. Also, as the control room was, unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged. Faust shared the good news that the repairs most likely wouldn't take too long. Yisong was right. Fortunately, the inside is barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It is almost complete. We best prepare to leave. I'll radio the doctor. Let's... Ah! A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse's precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. At least he's not using the Heisho skull. Oh, the floor! The floor is giving away! What's going on out there? Something rammed against the eye of Iberia. I see odds shattering through the ocean's surface, the sear explosive force turning water into mist. And it's charging at us once again. It is the fucking night, son of a bitch! As Ji-Song noticed, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city's western region Don Quixote would talk at length about. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate, and we have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here. The rest of us will ascend the lighthouse, and the lighthouse is almost fully functional. It'll only take some finishing touches to have its light shine again, which I can handle, so I'll stay behind. Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I would much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I have read about that Seaborn before. The fables and legends say that he is the last knight, and if those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're going to need all hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it. You better prepare for a few days of interrogations once I bring you into the late Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager. All hands on deck. Lead the lighthouse to Mayors. We have to put a stop to that knight somehow. He looks sick as fuck in this art style. Damn! Waves crest high and violent near the spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the knight. The knight begins to charge at us, his speed splitting the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. Hi, Artorias. I do like the, one joke that I did want to mention is that, Amiya has very people with blue eyes energy when she's on screen. Her eyes are so fucking blue. Bring me to your Bayero taco stand. One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Thus, he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, reproaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. This is crazy because this guy, I'm pretty sure, is supposed to be modeled after Don Quixote, right? Faint memories, having blinked through Amiya's fathoms, flashed briefly before my eyes. The seaborne knight wields his great lance against surface sea terrors. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress to cover the lands. That is impermissible. This is the land. The knight and the sea terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy might be a viable solution here? Yeah, let's try and talk to the knight. Send Dawn after him. We are not the sea. We are not its waves. The knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only things that hold any meaning for him. 3 offense level down. Yippee! Alright, he has misery and... Oh, he is straight up offense level fuck... He is level fuck you, and his passive is fuck you. Duly noted. Okay, so we have Tidepiercer Lance. It would... No. Man, I'm not dealing with this shit, man. It's getting a little chilly in here. My favorite mechanic, guys. Just for the fucking record, I have been playing through IS2 recently, and like 3 times now I've gotten the 2 knight boss fight, where one freezes you, and one does extra damage to frozen enemies, and then whichever one you kill, the other one gets that effect. It's back! It's back, fucker! 20 SP damage and get frozen! I fucking swear to God. I hate that the cold mechanic is here. Baby, it's cold outside. You've got to go away. When hit in... I don't like this mechanic! I don't like this mechanic at all! I just lost Remy. Where the fuck did Remy go? Remy is also terrified. You better not have counters, fuckers. Once per skill, not limited by turn. Nee! Combat start, gain 8 protection. The combat start, if this unit has low morale, have the amount of protection gained. Combat start, if this unit is staggered or panicked, it does not gain protection. Got it. Fate's favored child. I like it. I love the 3 levels of, oh fuck! When this unit takes damage, it brings their HP down to 0. Nullify that damage, and this unit... When attacking... Oh, good. He does it! He does it! He does it fucking... Lord Lu's skill 3, full stop, Heathcliff requesting melee support, P quad assist attack. Yeah, you can see the problems. I'm noticing it. Gain offense level for every enemy with cold. If there are 6 or more enemies with cold, I don't care for this fucker. Not really whipping out anything super scary right now, but let's go ahead and fucking fight, I guess.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what is this level?
꿰뚫려라.
Is it 69? That'd be funny. Oh, his animations are sick as fuck too. Wait a minute. 90? Oh, Jesus. That's color level. Oh no. That sounds about right, honestly. Kim even really said, like, y'all know how to use defensives, right? Like, you know that you can press the defensive button? But we need him to be losing that sanity. So it's basically, okay. Okay, so mechanic here. Yeah. Okay, I think I get it. Mechanic here, because he has so much protection, is to basically win all of your clashes and then just defend. His lower offense level thing only lowers it like 35. At least it's front and center, giving you status here when you attack. Yeah. Prioritizes targets with frozen, can clash with this skill regardless of speed. When attacking targets with frozen, gains 2 attack weight. Power +1 for every 2 enemies with cold. Yeah, so it's just getting a bunch of point power. Deal 50% less damage. Damage dealt by the skill cannot stagger the target if you do. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. That is ego level immediately. Oh no. It's gonna be... I think Dawn is gonna have to be the one to eat that. At least it's for, unlike Lei Hong, where all you're getting is additive damage multiplier shenanigans. It makes the effect of your defensive skills generally invisible. True. Jesus! Guess we'll take these fucking neutral clashes. God damn, don't really have much of an option aside from that. That's true, if you do lose clashes, you do cleanse cold. Why did she? Oh, she has a fucking counter. Uh-oh. Come on, why is your sanity at fucking 44 not 45? You bitch. There we go. Okay, how much cold do you need to get? Yeah, so it's 3 stacks, meaning that we really need to go a little closer for like everybody. What's the thing? So he is in low morale, so he has half of his protection this turn. Oh my fucking god, this fight is painful. Damn. He might kill us all here. Like after this. Might as well throw her in front of that.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
삐뚤어졌구려.
따뜻한
He actually is taking, like, real damage here. Sinner's relentless assault against the knight begins to show. Though we don't have anything in common with the knight, cold loneliness rides his bellow, insidious under the faint light. Are we waves or rocks in his eyes? The sea wets our hems, giving us no time to answer the question. Stand your ground, Greg. Sinner Gregor's warmth reignites the fire of determination in the rest of the sinners. In that moment, Irene raises her lamp, showering the night with its light. Iberia's flame illuminates our path. That goes hard. Unlike the night, we're not alone, so we did not have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves. Okay, okay. Mercy, mercy. It only appears that the first time you have multiple frozen sinners. I don't think you'll get this again. Yeah. Alright, let's predict the damage. We'll have these three go out, I think. I think these three can probably clean up pretty good. And other than that, we'll just defend. I think we can do 206 with these guys. Yeah. I was gonna say, the roughest thing about this right now is sanity.
아류탄초 경혈 육시 찢겨라.
Uh-oh. Says, now that you get it, fuckers. And we literally cannot clash against this, so... Slay the ocean! Slay the ocean! Slay the ocean! You damn counter-heavy fools. The knight rides upon the violently whinnying steed. Lance race skyward, the knight races across the sea, splitting its waves. We won't succeed at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand cannon toward the knight. Her aim and will undulates on the same frequency with the waves. We need but a moment to recover. Topple the waves. Go for his legs, not his lance. He's so fucking cool. The knight's fierce charge briefly wavers when Sinner Ishmael jumps in his path. The Inquisitor quickly capitalizes on this momentary opening. A blinding spark flies from her hand cannon, and the knight is thrown off his steed. Slay the ocean becomes clashable. Okay. Dense shadow pools under the lone knight. Susurruses of teeming flesh sliding against flesh can be heard from beneath. When they gathered to defeat the knight, they must have first gathered there, believing him to be one of them until they came to a realization. The knight is a traitor to the Great Will. The knight leaps off from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag it back down. The waves crest high, gnawing upon the knight, crashing him back down to the water's surface. But he leaps once again the cresting waves as stepping stones. He belongs not to the sea. He stands tall against the Great Will, his head held high in eternal defiance. The unremitting knight rides across the watery mountains and charges at us. High-pitched and powerful cry resonates. The knight's steed is sending out a warning for something. Oh boy. This is a rough one, actually. Sinner Yisung jumps to the knight's path and pays the price dearly. The knight rides against the waves and reaches land. The land home, the grains that never sprouted. His path is twinkling, no, unfathomably tall. In that path, there remains but a legend of a bygone era. He will never be bound, no matter how many times the waves would crash onto him. Okay, so we did deactivate the struggle passive, which is the one that gave him a shitload of prot. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. He's kinda... Jesus fucking Christ. This music goes so insanely fucking hard. Why is Tidebreaker land? Oh, it's because she's at negative fucking 11. We literally have 0 chance of beating this. What the fuck? If you won the second check, not only would struggle deactivate, it also gave the Knight's Corpus as a status effect for the remainder of the fight. The Knight's Corpus is a plus 80% vulnerability. Okay, so it's actually like viable to just blitz him down at that point. It goes from plus 80 to minus 80. That's pretty good. Yeah, it's looking not great, but keep in mind we have an entire back team to come in and help. The worst case scenario, we can swap out for the vampires. Oh my god. Kill the ocean! Kill the ocean! Kill the ocean! Yeah, we're all dead. Consider the following. Headshot. The Knight did not expect backup member SP. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Why do I have holiday on? Get him Christmas! Come on, girlie, you gotta handle this. I'm just trying to get his fucking sand down. Did not have any bleed to proc there. Me when I fucking freeze. Whew, sorry if I'm not talking much, this is tense. Yeah, now that he's in phase 2, the cold is even scarier because I'm noticing we're getting 2 stacks of cold every use, or every attack. Ryoshu's probably gonna die here. Or at least get frozen.
끝나는 걸까?
I knew nothing about this dude, but after this call, I was like, damn, the last night is sick as fuck. That's real. He's kind of kicking my ass. Yeah, we've got Merceau in here, which is bad. Bro is not built for this right now. Hey, oh, fuck the moon. Question is, can we actually DPS him enough to fucking make it matter? I don't think so. I think we might be cooked. I believe in the unforgivable sin. Do some damage, buddy. Does he even have a stagger at this point? Yeah, we really needed the fucking Giga shot. Not cooked quite yet. Oh, hey, look, you found the funny bullet. Come on. We need this one shot. We need this shot to go through. Come on. Whoop. Pop. Did that kill him? I heard that. Yeah! He found the fucking. Woo! Oh my god, right between the fucking eyes. Jesus Christ. Woo! God damn! I can't believe we won that. We should not have won that. I know, I'm being loud, buddy. I'm out of rounds. The lamp's almost out too. Slay this fucking AP round, bitch. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. A very fun fight. That's a good one. No BS. I can last. The lighthouse, not so much. What difference does that make? Sinners were reeling from the battle against this enemy who is more like a force of nature than human. Someone turned 3 this with Rupture. That does not surprise me. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision once again. Wait, this is just like... And from the dark, light shines again. It used who else? LCCB Ishmael, the worst meta unit. I reached out toward it and see... Unlike in the earlier phenomenon, which focused entirely and powerfully on Scotty, a single individual, what I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called the Casimirs. This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amiya's thoughts sits far from all that glory in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kempt set of clothing, while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, our ardent admirer of knights and pursuer of glory, spin that energy from his sword as her own? Wait, no, he's different. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory. Someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their bygone honor is... Yes, there's just one. I'll trust you, Gregor. Use this ego to hew into that knight's charge. Split the waves. Use the light to split the waves, huh? I hear you, Manager Bud. Let's do this. Now this is the wallet calling you.
이 명예는, 이 영광은.
That's so fucking cool.
깃발이지. 않을 테니.
That's awesome. The incandescent golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, oh, that's sick as fuck. The lighthouse makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light toward the ocean horizon. Mayos has completed the repairs. Oh, the light returneth to its house once more! Silence all. Mayos is saying something. Like Otis said, Mayos was speaking out of the window and shouting something at us. Vessel Massasus is near the shores, somewhere in the coastal sea. It moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of distance away from the village coast. Confirmed. I'll radio Dr. Kaltsid immediately. Ugh, that's all well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah, what if it charges the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard it talking during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This will be a problem. Don Quixote? Wait, don't get too close to it, it's too dangerous! Before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the Seaborn, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the steed and the knight and his steed before asking in an energetic tone, "Oh, mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed?"
Nante.
Wait, she can communicate with him? Oh, 'tis quite the coincidence then! My noble steed is also named Rocinante!
One who is not a comrade. They are a steed, you say?
Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed! It hath served me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so?
Ishar, Malah. It was not the waves. The waves are darker, more raucous.
And imagine the scene of Don Quixote energetically showing last night her shoes. Yes, 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 yes. Trust me. No, I thought of it. Perchance there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here then. Good night, I and mine compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important, yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. And the knight and his steed Rocinante stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight, or if the knight just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. So they really exist. Seaborns who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful seaborns little can see. Are you alright, Donkey? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. When are you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? Mine apologies. While Don Quixote returned the knight with that bizarre conversation, Amiya raised her voice happily as though she just received good news. What? Dr. Kaltsid, is that true? What's going on? The doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel Massus. They're already done cleaning up the decks and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor's an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Kaltsid told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great, let's return to Scotty and join them. We returned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Yeah, that took shockingly little time for them to do that. I'm not too surprised. The Doctor is a little bit more experienced of a tactician than Dante, and also he operates on a much wider scale. The area that Arknights takes place in is much wider than the kind of brawl that happens in Limbus Company. And also, Noble Knight, I'd like to not fight with you further, as you keep splashing fucking water on me and it makes my skin crawl. Scotty listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner as she did before. Someone's going to have to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel Massus. You're going to refuse it again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. Then I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel Massus. I'll let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball. Okay, I will be taking chat suggestion and pausing here. I think most everyone has told me that it's a good idea to sort of pump the brakes after that fight. And I get it, that fight's brutal. Holy shit. That one was intense. You can see the... but apparently we only have the 3 nodes left. However, I kind of doubt I kind of doubt it's just going to be 3 nodes. It's going to be a lot of content within those 3 nodes, kind of keeping us busy. But yes, as always, wonderful time goofing off with y'all. We're going to go ahead and leave this here for today as we get ready for the next round of shenanigans tomorrow. Absolute blast. Goated crossover. It's hard. It's hard. It's that really satisfying Project Moon hard that I haven't quite gotten a lot of recently, though. That I'm really glad to see. I like this. This feels very good. This feels like Arknights by Project Moon in a way that I really, really enjoy. Yeah, more on this tomorrow. I see we're getting some these worlds feel like they are meant to fit together. It's crazy. I also noticed that we've got a handful of characters' silhouettes that I think I recognize on that ship. They all are badasses in their own unique ways, and that feels really cool. Unfortunately, it seems that one of my expectations is a little not happening this time around. I kind of hoped that we would have seen all of the different characters from the egos interacting, mostly because I would like to see Ling, Nainar, Scotty, and Kaltsit all in the same room together, because I feel like that would be fucking insane. However, there's only so much that you could fit into one crossover event, but it's been really good so far. 2 out of 4, unfortunately. Yeah, I was kind of hoping to see Ling and Honglu having a conversation with each other would be kind of perfect, but I can't wait to see Honglu get the ego over the course of the actual story. I think that'll be neat, seeing a little dragon sibling throw out there. But yeah, as always, fantastic time. Great work from Project Moon. Absolutely adore this the content that we've been playing through so far. I've heard our next boss is going to be pretty brutal, so I'm looking forward to that. I'm prepared. I'm prepared to get my ass beat. Gameplay's been goated. Story's been goated. Really, really, really good time. But thank you so much for watching, as always. We will be back again tomorrow with some more of this, probably starting around the same time. And yeah, thank you very much, as always, for watching, and more soon. Have a good one. Bye-bye.